Hello everyone. How's the audio? The Bud Christmas stream, yes. Cool, and I switched it to 1080p, so you should have the proper resolution. And here's the star of the stream, Bud! Big fat Bud. Say hi, Bud. Oh no, not my phone. Look at all those people. All right. Bud was sitting over in the box of packing materials, so he's probably like, oh, let me sleep, human. Had an edible an hour ago. Yeah, in the evenings, Bud doesn't really bother me too much. Like during the day, he's always super needy and stuff. But this time of night, he just wants to like lay around and sleep. So he might not actually want to be on camera as much as... Because I think when I did the test the other day, it was like in the middle of the day. New Ben Heck pinball from Spooky. Yeah, I'm programming one of their future games. Hit the like for Bud. Yeah. She finally passed out, yeah. So I thought something I might work on this evening is... wish there was a chat bot, but then it would probably be like really annoying and loud. Yeah, so Chris here, he's the one who's got the charity. So any super chats or proceeds are going to go to One Up on Cancer to help gamers play their cancer bills. Survive the blizzard. That wasn't much of a blizzard. It's just Wisconsin. Yeah, Chris, if you want to... Yeah, let's see. Chris, what is your full YouTube? I think I could probably add it. Otherwise, it's probably not a big deal. YouTube notification work. Oh, Tripod's Garage. How's it going? So this is my MGC workshop 2022. I'm using one of the Obtainium processors, Raspberry Pi Pico W. You'd actually get these and pick this up in the sporting goods department. DigiKey actually has a bunch of these in stock. So $6. I didn't even have to pay the scalper price. So I got enough of these for the workshop, and this is a kind of a representation of what the workshop's going to be. So it's going to be a little another handheld, but it's color this time. Suppose if I had a USB cable, I could power it up. But I was going to add controls. Oh, $20 super chat. Thank you. Give Buddy a squeeze for me. Okay, well he's in range, so. You ready, Bud? Squish that cat. Just squish that cat. Now we just made friends with this nice little cat. Don't really have to worry about hurting a cat. Just squish that cat. Oh, do a little football carry. There you go. Yeah. Did you have a long day? Oh! Did you see that cat outside, Bud? I think there's a cat under the porch. Maybe that could be your new friend. All right, go all the way. There you go. Bud Butt. There it is. $1,000 OSD 3358 S's. Oh, thank you for the super chat. That's very generous. You know, the first time I met you, I didn't actually even notice your leg was missing because you get along so well. But I guess that's why you have the name. So thank you. He has met one other cat, Max, who was on my show. Max brought his old ginger cat over once for a play date, which in hindsight, I guess we shouldn't have done. And they didn't fight too much. All right, let's see here. So when Radio Shack was going out of business, y'all remember Felix. It's kind of, is it redundant to have the screen in the background? I don't know. See, I put this on my big screen that I hardly ever use, so I can maybe see the super chats easier, because it's easier to. That's a little bit easier than doing that. It's actually about the same. No. Alberta, Canada. It's probably even colder up there. A lighter version of Chester. Yeah, Bud's not really. He's more blonde than red. Yeah, Sean Connery's dead now, isn't he? Oh, what about Medicine Man? That was a movie he made. I found the cure for the plague of the 20th century and I lost it. That was the one where like he was in the Amazon or something, and there was like a cure for cancer, I guess, in the Amazon. And I don't know. There was like it was probably like Fern Gully with Sean Connery, or Fern Gully in Space, which was Avatar. So this kit here, it should actually be easier or simpler than. I even did a double-sided print, so it's going to use a castellation soldering. Or castellated edges soldering for this Raspberry Pi Pico. I don't like calling it a Raspberry Pi because it is so different than a Raspberry Pi. I mean, it's a cool chip, but a Raspberry Pi is completely different. What is it, bud? No, don't do that. No, that's my tape measure. Long cold salt spitter shift in New York City. Yeah, you know what I just heard tonight? Where I live, Madison, our lakes are so crappy that apparently they're trying to use less salt so it doesn't go in the lake. But it's like maybe that would kill all the algae. Our lakes here are pretty bad. It's not what you'd expect for Madison. There's a sign at the lake. It's like it actually says this. I'm not making this up. Women of breeding age should not eat more than one fish from this lake every month. It's like something from Game of Thrones. RP 2040s are great. Oh, $50 donation. Awesome. Thanks. Salt is bad for the car, though. Yeah, that's true. Bud, what are you doing over there? Are you looking for things to jump on? Well, hopefully everyone's having a safe and fun pre-Christmas week this week. Watch out for all that snow. I know it's worse in places like New York. Here in Wisconsin, the worst thing about winter is that it's just really cold. Like, it's not uncommon to have like all of January to be 0 degrees, 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, thanks, Mike. Wow. That's awesome. Thanks. Illinois, we live in the land of rust and corruption. Ben getting a woman for Christmas. I don't know. I don't think we have enough time. Can you get one on Uber? Alec from Technology. Oh, yeah. Technology Connections is a great channel. So I have my sister, actually. Trash Cat. That's my sister. And I guess she named her channel after her cat, who is... Trash Cat was a large cat, but now she's dead. On the other side of the lake, we're protected. Yeah. Like Lake Michigan? Is that what you're talking about? See, this is always how a lot of times I'll use foam core. Like this is something I'm working on called the Atari Kitten. It's going to be a Lynx with a new circuit board that is made smaller because the Lynx is needlessly large. Even for the time it came out, it was needlessly large. I wonder if it was like mostly the batteries that made it large. BBC weather shows Madison is negative 19 Celsius. Yeah, that's probably about right. It's probably below zero out, or Yankee units. Atari Lynx 2nd Gen. That's the one I think something on mine broke. I can't remember what part of it broke, so I'm like, screw it. I'll just rip it apart and use it for this project. Atari Lynx was actually the first thing I ever bought off eBay back in 1999. Here's a fun trivia question. See if you know without Googling. At what temperature does Fahrenheit and Celsius equal? All right. Well, since my sister asked, I'm going with spotted cow because it's a Wisconsin thing. I actually haven't been drinking this a lot lately. If anything, I actually drink a lot High Life, like the working man's beer, as Mike Atzit and I call it. I also like Lake Louie. They've got some really strong beers, but too strong for a live stream. How's this layout look? Best controller ever, right? Bring back the freeze, please. Yeah, the thing I don't like about, well, it all sounds kind of silly, but especially like if they don't use enough salt on the roads, is when they after it snows, it always gets really cold because like it has to warm up. It can't snow if it's too cold, so usually the weather has to warm up in order for it to snow. But then what often happens is the temperature plummets, so then the snow never melts off the road and becomes like a caked ice sheet of death. So the Raspberry Pi Pico uses or can use pull-up resistors. So I can basically just do a direct connection with ground here and it should be fine. And Bud is now in the other room making whiny cat noises, I guess, that are cute or something. Oh, $49, thank you. The Buffy project recreating the Motorola 68000. How are you recreating it? Is it FPGA or is it like one of those things where you're doing it all with discrete logic like that Visual 6502? Oh wow! Hey, Chris is doing the math. Awesome. What? Thanks. So I don't have to. Hey, Cree, what's that line from Pirates of the Caribbean when he pokes her and gets the blood? Waste not. So I always keep the trimmings from components for things like this. I'm going to go into zoom mode. Zoop. Dallas Fort Worth, 23 degrees. No, my basement is perfectly fine. Oh yeah, Chris, you said you're friends with 8-Bit Guy. He's down in, it's like the southwest side of Dallas, right? Oh, Dallas. Dun, 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 dun. Here's a song only Gen Xers and Boomers will know. If I had a Google Glass, I could watch the donations as I solder. Remember Google Glass? It was the metaverse before it wasn't cool. $3D kits. What? He makes 3D kits? Could you explain that a little bit more? I did finally get to play the, I guess, finished Commander X16 at the Vintage Computer Festival Midwest back in September. It's come along pretty well. No, I've never really had a problem with that. I mean, like any pad, if you heat them up enough, the glue will fail, but it's usually not too bad unless you're like resoldering it over and over and over, like if you're making mistakes. And I never make mistakes. Someone requested a Sean Connery impression earlier. Tell us why Generation X is the best jet. Well, yeah, actually, I do live further north than some Canadians. So I guess that's true. Let's see. So 9 buttons. I ordered some ribbon cable a while back, and instead of getting 100 feet, I got 100 1-foot sections. So that's where this came from. But actually, this is pretty useful. Like when I do my single-handed controllers, this is a pretty good length for the secondary analog stick. Jerry Seinfeld. I actually never watched Seinfeld. Sorry, I can't help you with that one. Atari 2600 portable. Keep it up. Yeah, that was. Thank you. That was almost 23 years ago. Isn't that insane? I'm still alive, barely. An old Indiana Jones impression? I don't have an eye. What's the deal with airline food? Yeah, remember when they had airline food on domestic flights? You know, there was a fluke time. I think it was one of the times I went to. Yeah, it was. I went to E3 in 2010, and I think it was a Continental flight. I think they're out of business now. And it was so weird. They actually had. So it would have been like Los Angeles to Chicago, I think, or maybe Milwaukee, and they actually had food. And this was in 2010, and it wasn't bad. I want to say there was like stuffing, so Cree would have liked that. That's my sister's name. Her name is Cree. I don't know why. Ask my mom. Henry Jones Sr. quotes all night. In fact, you should read all the lines in that movie in Greek. Let's see. Hey, Cree, how many times did we rent Temple of Doom back when we were kids? You remember? It was that and Romancing the Stone. We just endlessly rented those tapes. And one for ground. Why is the L silent in American English pronunciation of solder? I don't know. I would also ask, why do British people have an extra syllable in aluminum? New movie recently that has, what was it? It had Sandra Bullock in it, right? It's called like The Lost City of Gold or something. That burn weed and get drunk, yeah. That's what I call campfire. Wish I could. Oh, thank you very much. Every little bit counts. Thank you, Jerry. Belloc and the eating of the fly. Yeah. I like that part in Temple of Doom where she's eating the food at the village and a fly lands on it and she still eats it. So see, nowadays they'd have to put that fly in with CGI, you know, and then craft services would be like, oh no. Element 14. Actually, we also pretty much still keep in touch. Felix is kind of off in the wind. Actually, had drinks with Allison just like 2 days ago, so we try to, we all still hang out. Max and his wife and I and some other people, we went to see Avatar. I even still sometimes I'll even like text Karen, like ask her a question sometimes. And Allison has two boys now. She has so she's now a mom, and we always joke that she would turn into a mean mom like her mom, because we always joke that her mom was a mean mom. Yeah, I see your point, Jeff. I mean, I guess you could. From my standpoint, like if I get the money, everything on YouTube will just come as like, oh, here's one payment for it'll be done January 22nd. So I'll just donate all the money I make in that pay period, which would include these super chats. For tax purposes, having it divorced from my PayPal would be great, and also, or you could just donate directly to the charity itself. I guess Google isn't exactly a charity, is it? Oh yeah, Tech TV. That was oh man, that was a long time ago. That was like the original Tech TV before it was G4, and then it was G4 again. Yeah, Richard. I'm working on making a Atari kitten, which will be a Jaguar, a Lynx, using the same circuitry but much smaller, and using one of the modern McWill LCDs. You're a mean mom. You know, my favorite story from the whole time we did the Ben Heck show was when we did the automatic dog opening door. So it was that thing where like it's like we rigged a shock collar to send out like a garage door opener type signal instead of shocking the dog. So when it's like, oh, you know, normally it's like, oh, the dog got too close to the side of your yard, you shock it. So we made it send out a signal. And so Allison's like, oh, my mom can bring up her dog for the test. And so she brings up her standard poodle, which is a full-size poodle. But of course, you know, you're usually better about planning that kind of stuff, but we're like, oh man, we're trying to make this dog go through a doggy door it's never gone through before in a different city, so the dog was like really scared. And then we're like, okay, well, we got to go through the door. So Allison's mom is there, and as I mentioned, she's a mean mom, and so she's like, just push the dog through the door, Allison. And Allison's all upset. She's like, no, I can't. It hurts my heart. And I was just sitting there. I was laughing my ass off because it was so funny. Because her mom was kind of like the Emperor from Star Wars. She was like, do it. And Allison was all distraught. I think we did end up finally getting the shot. That dog is dead now, I found out just the other day. So, rip to Lola, the standard poodle. Hello from Green Bay. Oh yeah, hello. Neo Geo Mini? What's a Neo Geo Mini? A lot of fond memories of that dog. You were named after the dog? Dun, 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 dun. Hey, did you ever notice in Raiders of the Lost Ark, his guide who gets all the spiders on him in the opening scene? That was Alfred Molina from Spider-Man 2. Jim Henson's Alfred Molina babies. Possumus Man 3, Possumus in Space. You know, eventually I will make another Possumus movie. I don't know when, but the running idea was to rip off Westworld. So it was going to be like there's Rustic Resort, like you go there and you kind of like experience the old Rustic Resort. So there's like robotic possums that simulate attacking you. And we were going to open it with like this kind of misdirection where it was going to be like, oh, I just saw a giant possum and the possum's about to kill someone, and then it like breaks down, like the robot possum breaks down. But then HBO makes their Westworld show. It's like, well, we can't do that now because people are going to think instead of ripping off Westworld, they're going to think we ripped off Westworld. So obviously this is a big problem. What's a good and affordable solder station? I have a Weller WES D51. I've used it for years. I know like Louis Rossman doesn't like Wellers, but I've never really had any problem with it. Well, actually, one time one of the thing that I'm holding, the temperature sensor, failed on one of these. And then I tried to buy another one off Amazon, and it was fake. Other than that, though. Son of Possumus fan. Yeah. We actually were working on a horror film, myself and someone you guys probably don't know. Yeah, like woman in a haunted house kind of film. But it's still up in the air. We wrote the script like, oh gosh, eons ago. Thank you for another $2 super chat. Composite video ports on my 1080p TV. You know, it actually might be worth replacing that since they don't give you composite video ports on TVs anymore. That's all HDMI. Okay, let's see. So I've got to do this in reverse order. So, so the last one is the direction right. Oh, I need to wire up ground first. You miss Radio Shack? Yeah, I do. I mean, you know, you could go, if you needed something, you could go there and buy it. Like, oh, I need a resistor. And it's going to cost a fortune, but you could get it. Now, like, there's really, yeah, where do you go? Fry's is dead, right? Does Micro Center sell components? I don't know. We don't have them here. Not like in Texas. Maybe Buc-ee's sells resistors. Wouldn't surprise me. Does sell some components. Oh, Chris, I should mention, we did a test stream on, I think it was Sunday or Saturday last weekend, and people were sending super chats then as well, and those will also count toward this total since, that would have been on like what, the 15th, I think, so that will actually count in the next billing cycle. So that was probably like another $50 or $60. You guys ever see that LGR video where he bought the new in box 286? The place he bought that from was actually like right down the street from our second shop here in Madison. Felix bought one of them too. Although I don't think he was able to monetize it as well as Clint did. I think it was like an office furniture store. It's kind of crazy. It's like, oh my gosh, I pass by that place every day on my way to work. Yeah, I still strip my wire with my teeth, and it doesn't do as much damage as soda does, so it should be fine. I actually did try to get a wire stripping tooth implant, but the dentist said we can't do it until I have matching implants on the top and the bottom because the shear force would be unequal. Like if the bottom tooth, yeah, it was going to be the bottom. If the bottom tooth is a wire stripper, you need to have a tooth of equal strength on the opposite side to handle the shear force. Yeah, actually, he just... Come here, bud. Come here. You want to be a star? Come here. Oh, you're not quite in arm's distance. Are you going to roll around and try to be cute? Ah. Yeah, there you go. You're like a parrot cat. Uh no, I don't think a wire stripping tooth exists. I wanted to create one. My dentist has a mouth scanner now, so we can create you know, scan your mouth. So I was like, oh, if I get an STL, I could create an interpositive of where the tooth would go, and yeah, I'd be in business. Python Angelo. Oh gosh. You know, I only met Python a few times before he died, but he was quite the character. Um, Pinball people would know him as doing like Pinbot, Bride of Pinbot. Oh, what else did he do? Popeye Saves the World. But he was also big in the arcade scene. Like he was like one of the top artists at Williams. He did like Joust. What else did he do? He did most of that stuff. And yeah, but his name was Python Angelo. That was actually his name. I think he was from like Romania or like the same place Dracula is allegedly from. Well, Dracula's fictional, but and he talked like a Bond villain. He'd be like, "Ha ha ha! I will show you what pinball means." That's exactly how he talked, and he was obsessed with sex, like comically. It was pretty funny. So I guess I'm glad that I did get to meet him. Obviously, I don't have that many stories, but every time I met him, he would say something really hilarious. Like I was at a pinball convention once, and I stopped by his table, and he's got this. He's selling these signs, like these road construction looking signs. And I bought one. I have it in the other room. It says a pinball construction zone. But the other one was like stick figures on a pinball machine having fun. And Python's like, you want this one, don't you? You want to buy this one. And I'm like, I'm not sure where I could put that sign, Python. And he's like, ha ha, you are afraid of your wife. Seriously, he talked just like that. He talked like a Bond villain. He was quite the person. Yeah, Steve Ritchie. Steve Ritchie and I are like acquaintances. He's got really cool hair. He likes to smoke cigars, and he's fairly deaf because I think he was like a hard rocker, and also he liked to shoot guns. So if you ever do meet him, he's a really cool guy. You just have to make sure that he can read your lips. So I'm sure that was probably rough for him when everyone had masks on. I know most of those people. The only one I've never met Pat Lawler though. My favorite though is Joe Balser. He did like Simpsons Pinball Party, The Wizard of Oz. Did a bunch of Gottlieb stuff. He's like this engineer, but he like talks like a dock worker. He also is really fun to drink with. And actually, I can't remember the last time I saw him at a show. I briefly ran into him at MGC 2021. But it was like at the very tail end of the night. It was like at 3 in the morning. So didn't really get to hang out with him too much, which is too bad because I always enjoyed hanging out with Joe. What do you think about Apple now has the USB-C on the iPhone? I know some people are against that, but I don't know. Like, we have standardized wall sockets in our houses. So I don't think it's really that. Especially since I think you could consider a phone a utility. So, it's not like, if Apple could, it was like, oh, you must use 48 kilohertz electricity to power this iMac. They probably would do that if they could. So I don't really mind seeing the EU kick them in the junk. Oh, $10, thank you. The Ben Eater of perf-boarding. Yeah. Thank you for the entertainment over the years. Yeah, thank you. I do have these. I do use these. I don't know. I'd like to do this as well. Is it snowing at your house? John's cat cremation service. Yeah. That's kind of a deep cut, don't you think? Okay, speaking of snow, there's this thing that happens in cold climates. Like cats will climb up under a car in the engine and to get warm, and then sometimes, obviously. So there's this guy we know. Mike's sister's ex-husband, and he had that accidentally happen. Like, I mean, not on purpose, of course, but it happened. So we joked it was John's self-service cat cremation service. He pulls up to your house in this ratty old car, and it's like, wait, I thought this was a cremation service. All I see is this ratty old car. And then he'd be like, that's where the magic happens. He kind of talked like Bill Paxton, that guy. Fun guy to hang out with, but not really good husband material. When are you drinking in Ireland? I don't know. I've been to England. I mean, maybe I should go to Ireland. I am half Irish. Can't you tell? Joe's video game channel with brother Ron. I'm not familiar with that one. A rat did that, yeah. Oh no, they still make rainbow colored ribbon cable. I don't usually use it because it's like really like it's kind of stiff. If you get like just lead jumpers, you know, like Ben Eater stuff, these are always color coded. Although I wish it was like 80% red and black, and then the rest of the colors would be gray. Because it's like, oh, I'm going to use orange for power or yellow for power. And I wish there was actually less colors. You and 8-Bit Guy get along. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not like we hang out all the time. But yeah, we get along. Although, I don't know, sometimes he's not as necessarily as outgoing as me. As I'm, well, I don't know. Anyone who's seen my video from VCF, you know, you can definitely tell who the drinkers are, me and Adrian. Where are the curds? I don't like really eat cheese curds that often. And then, as I've mentioned in videos, the cheese curds at Culver's are institutional curds. I don't mean like they're in an insane asylum. They're like Cisco curds, so you get them from the food service. And they are breaded, not beer battered. And the batter is also not needlessly thick. They make the batter really thick so that the curds don't leak in the fry vat. So, like, if this is a cross section of your cheese curd, so there's the batter right there, right? So there's usually like, I don't know, 2 to 3 millimeters. Because what happens is they cook them in the same vats that cook the French fries. And so they don't want the cheese to leak out because cheese will fall up grease and make it stinky. But if you get like high quality cheese curds, like handmade cheese curds, they'll kind of look like this, like a wet turd, and the cheese will be leaking out of them because all it is a very thin layer of beer batter, not breading. But these are the best. And also the Culver's cheese curds are frozen when they're put into the oil, so the cheese is not as viscous. Viscous isn't the right word. The cheese isn't as stretchy. Oh, $49. Thank you very much. 2 questions. What are your top 3 favorite beers? What's with Wisconsin Nights and beer? To answer the second question, we have terrible weather and horrible taxes, so we drink our way around it. Like, at least like New York City has culture. My top 3 favorite beers. Well, I would say, okay, I could say the top 2 I drink the most. There's Working Man's beer and there's Get Effed Up beer. So Working Man's beer is High Life, the champagne of beers, which is obviously from, and of course they're all Wisconsin beers. And then if it's like, oh, you know, I want to get it done, I get Lake Louie Warp Speed, which is a 6.8% Scotch ale. And I thought about getting those for this, but I'm going with Spotted Cow. I don't actually drink Spotted Cow a whole lot anymore. And now when I drink it after like not drinking it for like a month, it has a very fruity taste, but it is a very good beer. Just a second, I need to check something. Okay, left, right, up, down. Oh, of course, one from the other side. Why wouldn't it be? I do occasionally watch Big Clive. Probably not one of the top things I watch. I like to watch when he like takes apart the same kind of. He finds that same kind of garbage like the Death Lantern. So, hold on a second. Did I miss one? 9. Hold on. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9 plus ground. In Hebrew, Jehovah starts with an I. Bench cam full isn't it full? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. This is only my second time ever live streaming, and the first time was a test. Well, the select button's on the other side anyway, so I guess I did it on purpose. So start is next. And then I got my. Oh, I can make one of these for a pee break. Oh, $10. Thank you very much. Ben likes being center stage. Well, it's true. I am pretty egotistical. Salvaged 4-bit CPUs. Send me an email. Go to benheck.com and there's an email link. I don't usually take too many donations because I don't want to have to get 10,000 square feet of storage unit like LGR. But sometimes I'll take stuff. You think the holidays might be able to look at that? Oh, yeah. Oh, are you the one down south of the JVC? The tuner's getting worse. Yeah, I still might look at that. That might be a cool video to do. And then, yeah, I just swing it up sometime. I always like, there's always stuff I want to do, but then for whatever reasons around the holiday, like I don't even have kids, but like the holidays just kind of get crazy and then I lose track of stuff. So, sorry about that. I'm also getting older. Canadian money. Yeah, well, that was back when I did those pictorial stories. That was before YouTube was a thing, and yeah, I mean, I did put a lot of time into it, which is weird because back then I was working a normal full-time job and doing this stuff on the side. So if anything, I should put more time into it now. Even though, well, I don't do YouTube is not my full-time job anymore. I just do it when I feel like it. C or C++? C++ since it's using Arduino. I don't really like coding in Arduino, but it's if this is a kit for people to get spooled up on their own, Arduino is the easiest way for people to do it. Setting up the IDE in Windows is kind of a pain in the butt because you have to put in a special fork of Visual Studio Code, then you have to launch it from the command line. Then you have to, the only way to program it is with the UEFI bootloader, whereas the Arduino will actually put a bootloader on it, and then the Arduino will actually see the serial port and send right to it. So once you set it up in Arduino, it actually works pretty well. And then I've created libraries for the game badge, and then for the ST7789, I did a DMA library, so you can actually update the screen at 30 hertz. Basically, it DMAs the screen as it draws it. Where's the Bud camera? Well, yeah, so this time of night, Bud doesn't usually, he's not too needy this time of night. So if this was like noon or during the day, like when I have to work, Bud would be like all over me, like needing attention. So sorry, that is a negative of this time. I basically have to, I can go, I'm sure he's sitting over in the pile of packing materials again. In the corner. Lovely taste there. Raspberry Pi has kind of lost its way. Yeah, when it was originally launched, it was like, oh, this is for education, but then of course everyone used it to like play emulators. I guess I'm not really surprised that happened. But I mean, I read someplace once how many Raspberry Pis they've sold. It's like, I think it's like technically the top selling computer ever. Like they've sold like 20 million of them or something. Or I want to say it was like they've sold more of those than they did Commodore 64s. Oh, $50. Thank you very much. By my calculations, judging by the pollution content in the atmosphere, we have arrived in the late 20th century. You've got mail. Oh yeah, with what's his face? Tom Hanks, right? You've got mail. Piers, yeah, what you're talking about is that's pretty prevalent right now. Like, it's not like they don't make like STM32s and stuff. It's just that we don't get them first. Like, Nintendo can get all the STM32s they want to make their Game & Watch, but you or I can't. Or, you know, if you or I want a Freescale, Ford's going to get it first. That's kind of the reality we're in right now. 40 million devices. Oh my God, that's amazing. What's the favorite thing you made in the Ben Heck show? The robot luggage. That was probably my favorite. And I made a friend over that. Like, it was the what was it? We had this competition where we did the first Ghost Squad episode, and then someone signed up to win one of the glow in the dark hats. And he's from Janesville, and he comes over to pick it up, and I was like, "Oh, you're an engineer, aren't you?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then he helped me with the luggage, and we're still friends. And he's actually the one who was like, "Ben, they've got orange cats at the Janesville Pound." And I'm like, oh, "I've been looking for one of those." Australian impression? A good Australian impression or a bad Australian impression? Well, the Posthumous Man impression would be like, "It's time for him to pie." But if you're really Australian, it'd be like, "It's time for you to pie, mate." Can Ben Heck make breakdancing? Well, I would probably break something if I tried it. You're ahead of your time. Yeah, I think I actually kind of was. Not at the risk of sounding facetious, but I think back and it's like, oh man. And I'll read something about like, oh, Doug Walker made a YouTube movie in 2012. It's like, I was doing movies like decades before that. Wing Wong, the robot luggage, which was probably 2012. Basically, you put this transmitter in your back pocket, and we made this robot luggage. It was a carry-on bag that would autonomously follow you around with a third leg, kind of like R2-D2. How long did you live in the EV blog bunker? Yeah, I think Dave got like 10,000 subscribers for that channel that never posted a single video. If I ever go down to Australia, I would definitely make sure I stop by. We were actually talking about having our horror movie shoot down there because they have stupidly good tax breaks. And that would be in Adelaide, which is actually not too far. Well, not too far on the giant continent from where Dave is. Oh, that ground pin is being used. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, thank you for the 1999 super chat. That will go to a good cause. People have made robotic luggages, lug-eye. Yeah, people have done that. I mean, it's I thought it was a good idea because remember when I was doing the show, I was having to travel all the time, which I kind of got sick of. And so I definitely was like, oh man, I wish I had such and such of an airport. But I would settle for like like when you have your carry-on bag and the you pull the arm out of it that you carry. It'd be cool if I should just 3D print it, like a cup holder that sits in between those two tines. That would be great. Also, if every McDonald's tasted like the McDonald's at an airport, their company would have a major resurgence. No, thank you for me. Sorry, I'm soldering, so I can't see every super chat. Sorry. As a Goodwill hunter, well, no, most of it Goodwill is from estates, so it's more about when do old people die than when do Christmas presents show up. Okay, I've got to. So this needs to go this way. Sorry, I've got to think for a second here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, skip 1, GP6. Okay. I haven't done too much Goodwill hunting lately. It's like I want to start having less stuff than more. So now if I go to like shows, I'll often just give away stuff. Like at the Vintage Computer Fest, it's like, I don't need all this stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks everyone for coming tonight and donating for a great cause. And yeah. Don't worry, I'll get a few more beers in me and then I'll do some more impressions. Well, I don't need any beer to do impressions. How would you design the Peltier can cooler? Oh, that was the episode that my sister was in. I'm not sure how I would do it. Because the trick is you have to have enough surface area on the can. So unless the can was slathered in like Arctic silver, I'm not sure the best way to transmit. I mean, well, you probably want water in it. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen, like, sometimes at liquor stores they'll have like a bottle cooler. Like, you can get a bottle of wine and there's like this tornado vortex thing you can stick it in. It's like a super chiller. Elden Ring? I've actually kind of got stuck at Elden Ring. I got up to about 70 hours in and I was able to beat this wolf, but then I haven't gotten past it, so I haven't gotten to the queen of the, what's it called? The Academy, Rhea Lucia Academy. She says with a row of 5 Sony Trinitrons. Yeah, I did a refurb of Apple IIc and actually found another Apple IIc at another show in January. I got it for $40 actually. It's sitting over in the corner, but it's not going to be retro brighting weather for a while now, so I'll have to do that in like March. I don't think I could do the whole thing as Sean Connery, so I can't put a goal to that. Sorry. Do you still have the Rey Skywalker Academy? My name is Rey Skywalker. Somehow I have survived. No, everything we made on the show, really early on, they had this big thing where they wanted to give everything away to drive memberships. So almost everything that we built, anything that was shippable, we would do a contest, and then we would send it to the person who won the contest. Right, down, left, up, and then start. Okay. Up, down, down, left, right, start. I enjoy all your content, local Trempolo. Buying. Here's a word that only people in Wisconsin can pronounce. Maker Fairs in Madison. Yeah, have they done the Maker Fairs in Madison lately? I can't remember. Can Ben Heck eat a bunch of sliders? I mean, I guess I could, but I'm not going to right now. I was telling my sister, I was like, I made a poor choice of going to Taco Bell before I came on here. Elon Musk impression. I guess I could just troll people. Does your cat like talk to Ben? Funny. Menards hasn't had much electronic tat lately, like that Death Boom box. They haven't had anything like that lately. All they have left is like cheap smart bands, like exercise bands, and cheap smartwatches. So the era of like a $30 kids Android tablet at Menards, for whatever reason, those days are gone. They still have the $80 Bluetooth projector, like the one I had that I tore down. They also had, what do they have? They had a display. I want to say they had a DisplayPort to VGA adapter. I bought one of those and hooked it up to a Linux box. It pretty much works. Some of the colors are a little runny, like eggs. Actually, I was actually thinking about the Game Brain the other night, because it feels like we didn't quite get that to completion. Like, so the Sega Master System used a advanced version of the TMS 9918 video display processor, which was in several older computers, and you can actually put the Master System into TMS 9918 compatibility mode, meaning you could technically run ColecoVision games on a Master System. A lot of it is actually the same. The Master System uses an advanced version of that chip with better colors, fine scrolling, some other stuff. But you can actually still go into the legacy modes. So this is Christmas, and what have we done? Another year older, and a new one just begun. A very Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year. Let's hope it's a good one, without any fear. Oh, thank you for $10. Hope you post this to your animal, you filthy animal. Keep the change. 441, nice. Again, sorry if I missed your message, but I am soldering. So, yes. Not my prettiest soldering, but it'll work. Okay, so that ground is being used over there, so we have to inelegantly move this wire over here. Ben eater of perf boards. Oh, $20, thank you. Do you get recheck project boxes? Actually, check this beauty out. Oh, it's a French version. I want to say this is like 1971 vintage. It has louvers for ventilation. I had a retired engineer donate me a bunch of stuff, most of which I gave to the local hackerspace, but of course I kept the best stuff. Yeah, including this pristine, authentic 1970s Radio Shack box. Not sure what I'm going to make out of it, but I have it. And it smells like... It doesn't really smell like anything. More fake louvers. Yeah, I think they are fake louvers because in order to be a louver, it actually has to have like an angle to it instead of just being a slit. Oh man, how's that for pedantic? Oh, the restoration of old wristwatches. Yeah, like on what's that show or what's that channel called? Like the Repair Shop? I'm sure some of you have seen that. Alright, just a second. I have to like think here for a second. Okay, so the next one is Start, which is GP5, which is one above the ground. What does it taste like? Well, I assume it tastes like metal. That's how I got childhood herpes. I always put things in my mouth, and I still do it today. Bud has the same thing, but it's called feline herpes. Cats have all the same things we do, except they just put the word feline in front of it, like feline immunodeficiency syndrome, or feline AIDS, or feline herpes. Atari Amico, that's a television Amico, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who. I mean, you can't create nostalgia. That's just like when Mike Kennedy. Well, before Mike Kennedy had that Coleco chameleon thing, but you know, it's like, oh, people want cartridges. It's like people like cartridges because they're nostalgic for that part of their youth, but you can't manufacture nostalgia. So it's not like, oh, I love Contra because it's on a cartridge. It's like, no, I love Contra because, you know, I played it when I was like 12. Was there something you wanted to make for the show but didn't? Yes, I had this idea. I wanted to make an e-ink bumper sticker that could automatically update as your views do, but we never did it because there's no way we couldn't have made that. There's no way we could have done that without making jokes or political content. So, but yes, e-ink bumper sticker would be the answer to that one. There we go. Warp drive schematics. Yeah, I saw that about the VCS. I was kind of wondering, like, maybe now is the time to buy one. Because remember when they were blowing out Jaguars, Atari Jaguars back in the day, and now I'm sure they cost actually a decent amount of money. So yeah, I just kind of wondered, like, man, maybe I should buy a Atari VCS. I mean, it's just a little AMD box, but still. E-ink price tags. I actually have one of those. Someone sent it to me. It still has. Apparently, he bought a sound bar and it was left on the box, and so he sent it to me. So it's still got the data on it. See? You can buy modules like this as well. As far as it looks like Pricer, who's the company that makes these tags, looks like they have their own microcontroller. Yeah. So there's also, I'm guessing this is a quad SPI flash, so it's probably execute in place. So it works kind of like the ESP8266. And I think you also, I think you have to do some stuff with negative voltage on this to make it work. And then obviously this one has two colors to it. But it's kind of hard to disconnect because it's kind of like those awful TI calculators or the Virtual Boy where it's got glued conductor. Sorry. Jaguar games $1. Please stop. I think I'm good. Again, I try not to take too many donations because at a certain point I want to like go live in a trailer in the desert, kind of like Egon in that last Ghostbusters movie. So kind of trying to not get too much stuff. But I mean, repairs I'm more open to. All right, I got to double check my work here. Right, down, left, up, ground, start, A, B, C. Cool. You know what game was really cool in the arcade? Kadash. That was a cool game. I have a VCS. It's a beautiful looking computer. Yeah, it's neat looking. The old Element 14 channel. Yeah, so they were gonna when I decided I wanted to leave, they were gonna hire this guy. What was his name? He was a local dude. I think his name was also Ben. Yeah, what was his last name? So we were actually interviewing him to like take over, and I think it was going to be called something else. But then he got a full-time job with all the bennies, so he didn't take it. So that's when they pivoted to do Hack Like Heck, which was a contest to basically create new VCPs. So what they did was they hired, I think, like 12 to 14 different people, and instead of having them try to rush out a project every week, which is one of the reasons I quit because it was just too relentless, they have like 12 to 14 people, and each person tries to make something like every month and a half, and so then they interlace them in. So they have something every week, but they're not trying to they're not burning out the same two people, being myself and Felix. Please make an impression of Felix, Karen, or Allison. Oh, well, I can do here. Felix is probably the easiest one. Like, okay, Mr. Heck. Well, what's that thing what's that thing that you have where it's made of meat, and then the meat has been ground, and then the meat is ground and then put into a. You mean a hamburger? Yeah, 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 a hamburger. Felix would always say weird things like that. There was I was watching Red Letter Media, and the drunk one, Mike Stroll, whatever. He was like, "What the building? The people go into the building, and it's a building that people live here." And then the other guy's like, "You mean an apartment building?" Yeah. And I was like, "Oh my god, that's exactly what the kind of stuff Felix would say." Yeah. Karen impression. I'm trying to think like what Karen or Allison say. Allison would probably be like, "Oh, cute kitten! Oh," and then Karen would make a face like, yeah, we all still keep in touch. We still do bad movie nights a couple times a year. I was actually in Max's wedding. As I mentioned, Felix, after the show was done, he had like some bad luck, and then he became like during the lockdown he was a piano delivery person. He was driving all over the country delivering pianos, but he's kind of like a vagabond sort, so he liked that sort of thing. Max went back to the production company that he worked at that we sniped him from, so a Backfoot Production. So he's been back there for 4 years. His friend Jordan took over his job at Alamo 14, so he does remote editing work, and he's down in Chicago, which is also close to where they are. I'm really glad I don't have to do that kind of stuff now with part shortages, because we often had hard times finishing projects even with all the parts you could want. And nowadays it's like, what can you even get? Allison works at she works for a company that works with the UW Wisconsin, so she does editing and production of like educational videos. And actually it was really important, like again when everything was locked down, they'll do like oh, here's a video on how this, teaching a course, or like on chemistry or colonoscopies. Of course we had a big laugh about that one. Yeah, and then I think she's starting to move more into a producer role, and I know she definitely likes editing more than shooting. And yeah, at Karen, where did Karen go? Karen was doing videos for Element 14 for a while. I think she actually like quit the same week Max did, but it wasn't connected like a year later. Yeah, I guess I could ask her. I don't know. I don't talk to her that often, but yeah. And then I found an erector set from 1971 at Goodwill, and I'm gonna maybe in another year I'm gonna give it to Allison's older kid, because he's like a little Tony Stark. Again, I don't really miss the people because we're all still friends. Although, as I mentioned, we don't see Felix a whole that often. Okay, let me see if I can. Let me try to find an adapter, and I get the screen fired up here. Although there's no code for the controls, but you can still see the graphics. La, da, 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 da. The least favorite thing you made in the Ben Heck show? Oh gosh, it was probably that episode. You probably don't even remember it. It's probably the episode where we're trying to scavenger hunt a solar powered phone charger, and we're trying to do it at Maker Faire. And the thing that was tough about that was we didn't fake it like a reality show. We were actually trying to do it for real, and it was pretty difficult. Yeah, so this uses the same philosophy as Nintendo. So it's got a tile background that scrolls in all the different directions with attributes, 2 bits per pixel, 4 palettes of 4 colors each for the background tiles, and then 4 palettes for the sprites. Obviously, the sprites are much larger than Nintendo because they're drawn in software. And then you can also set up non-scrolling areas for like status bars and whatnot. So the screen, this is a 240 by 240 screen, but if you actually made the text at that resolution, it'd be unreadable. So this is a chunky pixel driver. It's 120 by 120. So it's 15 by 15, 8 by 8 characters, fat pixel characters. And the tile map, again, works like Nintendo. So it's 4 by, so it's 32 by 32. So it's slightly more than 2 screens wide. And yeah, and it's obviously in color, which drove the price up. I found some of these screens from China that were really cheap, and I actually bought 60 of them. The driver's a little bit different, and I couldn't get it to work with, well, I kind of got it to work with the Raspberry Pi, but it's one of those things where like I'll pay more just to know it works. So now I've got quantity 60 ST7789 Rev 3 LCDs that I guess I got to do something with in the future. Revision 3 to Element 14. Revision 3 acted as a distribution partner. Like they would get us onto like, you know, Xbox Video or whatnot, but they charged a ton of money every month. They made like 4 times more than I did. And that was just for distribution. Plus they were supposed to do like editing and stuff, but they didn't do they did a very, very light final polish, which wasn't much at all. And it always would make Allison mad. I always joked that I could see the cartoon steam coming out of her ears when they talked about how they edited the show, whereas in fact she would edit like 90% of it. Color, it's 16 bits per pixel, so it's 5 bits R, 6 bits green, 5 bits blue. And the reason they bias the green is because of evolution. Humans can see more shades of green than other colors because of things trying to kill us in the jungle. Which begs the question, why were the avatars blue? That's so stupid. I mean, I can see why the water avatars were blue. But I guess, no, they weren't avatars. They were in a V. Sorry. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Scott. FSO, Team Joel all the way. I mean, Mike's okay, and, you know, he had that Sprite try to take his socks, but, yeah, Joel all the way. Yeah, I thought about the game that I made for like one of the, well, let me grab it. The previous workshop used one of these SSD 1306 OLEDs, which are 128 by 64. So I made like a Moon Patrol clone for this, called it Moon Force. So this was 16 characters by 8 characters. Obviously this screen is much taller, so I mean if I direct port the game, it's like what am I going to do with all the space up? So I was thinking maybe like Venus, like because you can also do multiple scrolling, parallax, well not true parallax, but you can scroll each line at a different rate. So I was thinking you could make like a Venetian sky, and then you could go up and down in the atmosphere. So you go down to like the low level and there'd be rocks. And then you could kind of go up. So it'd be like kind of like a space shooter, although you'd be not in space, but you'd be in, well, not on the planet Venus, but in the atmosphere of the planet Venus. Crow. As for these phantom breasts, I think Crow's been in space too long. Oh, thank you, Charles Lindlinker. Yeah, when I first started feeling old, I would, or like when I was doing the show for 8 years, I would have someone come up and say, hey, I started watching your show in high school, then I decided to become an engineer, then I went to a 4-year college, and now I'm an engineer, and I'm like, oh my God, I've been doing this show for so long. But yeah, thanks. Brain Guy? Oh yeah, Brain Guy, that was in the sci-fi version, right, of Mystery Science Theater with, who's the evil woman? If it's Dr. Forrester's mom, right? Flo or Jan or something? 473.92. Awesome. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated and stopped by. I'm going to keep doing this until 11 p.m. So, yeah. And it actually takes a lot of beer to get me drunk. Well, I don't know if are those mics still around. They'll probably say that I'm the shame of the Irish, but yeah. Pearl Forester, yes, that's right. So what did y'all think of the Mystery Science Theater remake on Netflix? Although it was a Kickstarter first, because I remember that was the most money I ever put into a Kickstarter, $500, and I got a really swell hoodie that everyone still loves, gets a lot of comments. Will it run Doom? I mean, it probably could. It's a 32. The Pico is it's a Cortex. It's ARM Cortex M0. It's actually one of the very few M0s you can actually find, because I believe it's made in Japan, which is one of its advantages. This chip it's made by Sony in Japan. So it's not like a big ARM7 like a Raspberry Pi, a big one is. It's a microcontroller, but it's really, once I started digging into it, which I really didn't start doing until like a month ago. I mean, of course I bought this thing when it first came out. It's a Cortex M0, but it runs at like base clock is 133 megahertz. I'm running this at 125 because the maximum SPI DMA frequency is the CPU frequency divided by 2. And if you do 133, it doesn't divide equally, and then the screen doesn't work. So it's 125 divided by 2 is 62.5 megabits per second, which is actually almost exactly the maximum limit that the ST7789 screen can take, which is pretty serendipitous. A Subaru Forester? I don't think I would punch a car. Here is 1/8 of a 1-up 30 years ago. Cool. What's a good first programming language to learn? These days, I'd say Python. It's very popular. It's more user-friendly than C, although C is not that big of a deal. I've been recently learning C# for my pinball project. I'd never programmed in it before, and obviously it's a little different than C or C++. But yeah, it's been fun to learn. And then what I realized was, by learning C# and Unity, that then made me able to program Windows Form applications. So I've used that to make some accessories that will help pinball programming. And yeah, you can actually get MicroPython for the Pi here. That's one of the things, to be pedantic, about the Raspberry Pi Pico is like, if you try to look for examples, like 80% of it is in Python, which obviously, I'm not interested in because it's not fast enough. But yeah. Yeah, Sony makes a lot of microprocessors. Yeah, Sony has their own fabs in Japan, which is one of the reasons geopolitically why this chip made by Sony in Japan is probably the most obtainium Cortex M4 right now. Like, if you try to get like a STM32 Cortex M4, you probably wouldn't even be able to find it. I'm sorry, not M4, M0. I get your references because I'm old also. Turned 47. Yeah, I turned 47 in October as well. Kung Fu Jesus, I think that would, yeah, you could use PIO to read the buttons. I think that wouldn't be the best use. I actually was thinking about using PIO to attach PIO to a crude resistor ladder and create a DAC. Like stream like 8-bit waveform data off of flash, stream it into 4 PIOs to cut off half of the 8-bit waveform, like the top half, and then run it through a successive DAC to create like really crude audio samples. The ZX Spectrum. Oh yeah, logo. Yeah, we had that back in the 80s. That was one with the turtle. Or was that Pilot? There was like a turtle that would like rotate on the screen and like draw lines. Python is like the old basic. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it. It also reminds me of what was that license line it was called? Oh, I think it was also with a P. Why am I drawing a blank? Sorry. Not Pearl. Pascal, yes, thank you. Thanks. Fourth? No. I've never tried fourth, although I hear it's still used in some things. Yeah, yes, you're right. It was Pascal. And I believe Pascal was it was a compiled language. That's one thing about Python. It's interpreted, so you're going to take a performance hit. All right. Speaking of taking a hit, I am going to use the bathroom quickly, but it's not too far away, so I'll be right back. No, I did not eat an edible later. I think I do have a laced. No, I shouldn't say that. Oh, check this out. I found this in my mom's garage when she moved back into her old house. It's actually still in pretty good shape. Yeah, it's made of real steel. Yeah, it's got all the great scenes. And then, of course, the minecart scene. And then the part where that ridiculous amount of water somehow fills up the cavern, which doesn't make any sense. Mola Ram ripping out hearts. That's good for, like, what was I when the movie came out? 8? Yeah, I was 8 years old. I think this is thematically nice. And the bottom of the lunchbox is the part where they're being squished by the spikes. So I think that makes sense thematically. The thermos was missing, of course. Indiana Jones and the tetanus box of doom. Well, I guess that's better than a dial of destiny, right? But everyone misses you on the stream. You're the stream star. Stream star. Oh, $49. Thank you very much. 2-minute breakdown on your scope setup. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. I mean, I have some oscilloscopes. Oh, are you a sleepy boy? Sleepy boy. I got an idea. That's right. Let's get this bud out onto a tray. Nice. It doesn't even fit. Look how big you are. You used to be a small little kitten, but now you're huge. Are you a large boy? There we go. Bud ASMR. Little bud. Taste bud? You know, he does. You know what he smells like? He smells like an old car, or like old furniture, or mothballs. Like if you get a good whiff. Totally. Is that what you smell like, bud? Yeah. Bud doesn't even fit on the camera anymore. Is that you on the screen? You're probably really confused, like Budception. Yeah, purring cat. Oh yeah, ginger cats, just like ginger kids, like me. I thought I should get him like golden retriever brother or sister, but I don't know. Oh, thanks for the super chat. Okay. Yes, bud, you are a good cat and a pretty cat. And hopefully you do not devolve into a lizard. Several second films. I thought there was only one. Wait, well, there was that RoboCop remake with what was it? Gary Oldman was in it. The cat from the Alien movie. Yeah. Yeah. Whenever I try to like self-destruct something, Bud's always like getting lost. Oh, there you go. Are you a nice kitty? Nice kitty. I have made some 3D printed cat toys for Bud, but they tend to get destroyed. I was thinking about, well, it probably exists. I probably don't need to build it, but maybe some sort of orb that would, if he bats it around, it would dribble out greenies. I think they make those for dogs. They call them like Cujos or Konas, I think they're called. Ginger cats have souls. Oh, no, I don't think he does. Do you have some dust on your head? Yeah, Kong treat. Yep, that's right. Shave Bud's tail. Yeah. Yeah, you're almost as well. Yeah. Well, no, possums can get pretty big. I'm sure Bud saw some possums in the backyard. That cat belongs in a museum. Well, yeah, Bud tries to eat my soul, so he'll have a soul, but the joke's on him because I don't have a soul because I'm a ginger. Bud, you are being transmitted across the world. He probably likes laying there because he never gets to go there before. No, don't eat the solder. You'll become a Batman supervillain. Mmm, tasty lead. The sweet, juicy taste of lead. If you drink ginger ale, do you get drunk? No, I'm obviously immune if I drink ginger ale. What are you drinking? Spotted Cow. It's a beer you can only get in Wisconsin. I wonder if Bud would drink it. He's not interested. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat, Mr. Bilbo. I'm glad I didn't mispronounce that. Lead-free solder. If you get a solder burn on your arm that won't heal, no. I mean, I've got a lot of cat scratches. Not as bad as it used to be, but he's still an adolescent male orange cat. Well, I guess I should do something else on the stream because I have, what, 2.5 hours yet? And Bud is done, yeah. No, where's my button? There you go. Oh, it's actually made from iceberg water? That's pretty crazy. It's Benception. Hold on, I gotta talk to my daughter in the past. Murph, don't go. There, I did it. No games tonight? No, I mean, usually I do like drunk gaming night with my friend Mike here, like online. But nope, this is the charity stream. So I'm just hanging out with you people. You should draw Michael Jordan. Like from memory? I'm not very good at drawing faces. Drag and drop programming? I mean, I think it's cool for kids. You like Scratch and whatnot. A live Ben Heck podcast in the cards next. Again, like doing stuff live, it feels like a commitment where it's like, oh, I have to be on. I have to do this. So I don't think it's something that I would want to do regularly. Sorry. Nebu, yeah. So this guy I know, he was like, the guy that was selling it was like 3 hours away from him. And he's like, oh, should I go get this? Because he saw it on Craigslist. And then I was like, yeah, maybe. I don't know, well, 3 hours. It's kind of a long ways. But then like a week later, the Adrian Digital Basement video comes out, and everybody wants one now. I actually emailed the guy on eBay about it. He said he got like 500 orders for them. I think he bought like all that were left like in 1989. So I think there's only like 1,000 left. Everybody wants one. Yes, that is Mike adds it as in, yes, from Posthumous Man and the Posthumous Man movies. Advent of Code, I'm not sure what that is. Best software to program a pinball machine? Well, we're using Unity. Although all we really use Unity for is a audio video engine because it runs pretty well on Linux. I mean, really, you could program a pinball machine on a toaster, except for the audio video part. Well, no, except for the video part. I mean, hell, you can run audio on a toaster. I mean, they've got an Alexa microwave for crying out loud. Oh, okay, yeah. What do you miss about old electronics? Being able to buy them. Scope setup might be overhead setup in the bottom left corner of your screen. I still don't quite understand. Are you talking about oscilloscopes? Oh yeah, Addams Family. That's a good game. Tell us a hilarious story. Well, I told you the story about the dog being pushed through the door. I mean, that was like the best story of all. I don't know. There's just too many stories to remember. Oh, my down cam? It's a Sony Handycam FDR AX53, so it's a 4K video camera. That's what I use. Here, there it is. That's what I use to make all my YouTube videos, and I've got it on my custom 3D printed Puke Ocam mount here that I made, which attaches to a lamp arm, kind of like the Pixar logo. So that's the overhead camera. So it's hooked up to an Elgato 4K capture device, which basically turns the HDMI output into a webcam. And then the cool thing is it comes in as 4K. So I was able to create 2 different scenes in OBS where I can have the normal zoom version. So this is 4K scaled to 1080p, and then you can have native 4K, which in 1080p gives you a free zoom without any loss of pixels. So this is what I shoot all my videos on. I'll shoot them in 4K, but I edit in 1080p, so at any time I could basically just get a free lossless blow up. I have never met Adam Savage. I did meet. Oh, the first thing that came up to mind is the one who died. Shoot, what was his name? Grant Imahara. I did meet him once. He's cool. Keeping warm? Yeah, it's perfectly fine here in my basement. I don't even really need this sweater, but it's Christmas time, so gotta have ugly sweaters. I use Adobe Premiere. I've been using it since 1996. And actually, one of the reasons we hired Allison was because when we were looking for videographers in 2010, I was still using Adobe Premiere, and she had experience in it, which wasn't as common back then, because for the longest time, Final Cut Pro was like the go-to thing until like Apple kind of ruined it. They made it too consumery, and with the YouTube age, everyone kind of switched over to Adobe Premiere. So I guess I was slightly ahead of the curve with that, but it was good to find someone who also was using it. Yeah, Grant Imahara died a while back. I can't. He wasn't that old. I want to say he's probably about 5 years older than me, and I can't remember. It was something that just came out of the blue, and killed him, unfortunately. Pinball prices are good. Yeah, I don't know. Pinball prices are crazy right now. Like I see used prices on pin side, and it's like I just can't even believe it. It reminds me of like the prices now is like what, like boutique, not even boutique. Like you go something like what was that place called in Austin? Like Pinballs Arcade. Like you'd go in there like in 2015, and they'd have an Addams Family for like $10,000, and it's like apparently it's for someone who doesn't know any better. But now that's like what people are charging for these used games. It's ridiculous. Like the game I'm working on will probably be like $8,000, I want to say. And America's Most Haunted was $6,000. So pinflation. Ugh, that sucks. Well, rest in peace. I think he was always the smartest one on that show. Oh, thank you for the super chat, JJ. I'm streaming this off of the first model Microsoft Surface Book. So this laptop is 7 years old, but it actually still runs pretty good because when I bought it, it was pretty beefy. Here's some tat. Backstabby and weird. No comment. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Screw Cancer. You got a flash for $25. Wow, I know that was a really common game, but holy crap, would you find it at the dump? Oh, Vivid Dreams. Yeah, that was so I've always had this really bad abraxia, like where I grind my teeth at night. And I tried Lexapro, the antidepressant, to try to deal with that. And it worked for a couple months, but then that was right before what happened, and it re-stressed me, and I no longer got that advantage from the Lexapro, but I was left with the side effects, which is I don't care. You have really impressively detailed dreams, like holy crap, I got like a 480 in my head, but almost like disturbingly detailed. I don't know how to explain it, like LSD trip dreams. And then you also get weight gain and erectile dysfunction. So after about 10 months, I actually weaned myself off of it, although it took about a month, because if you just stop taking it, you get all dizzy and stuff. But my new doctor was actually impressed that he's like, yeah, you don't need that for that condition. He's like, so he was actually impressed that I weaned myself off of it. Oh, I didn't know Grant Imahara made Dead Blow. Yeah, Dead Blow was awesome. Valefax scene, and my jaw has never been more tired. What's your best and worst YouTube impressions? I guess I could try 8-Bit Guy. Hello, and welcome back to the 8-Bit Guy. Here's a computer that we have here, and I found it in the basement. Let's try it out. Okay, it works. What do you think? Oh, of course, yeah, of course I have a drum roll. Rich Evans laugh. Well, he was like, AIDS. He does daily. Needs more alcohol. Yeah, Christina, I would have that. I've actually broken crowns with the tooth grinding. It actually hasn't been as bad lately, but the next thing I'm going to try is sleep apnea. So I actually have an appointment with a sleep doctor on the sleep doctor, but not Dr. Sleep. The sleep January 19th. So I guess they'll set me up for a study. But my mom has it. I think my sister has it. She could probably answer in the chat. So I don't know. That's kind of my next guess. Yes, I do snore. I didn't used to, and also, I've been told I also sometimes stop breathing when I sleep. I mean, I'm still alive, but yeah, I think I need one of those machines. Yeah, I found this at Goodwill. It's a cassette to MP3 converter. I don't think I have any cassettes though. I was gonna make a video about this, but I never got around to it. Yeah, this is definitely something from like Techmoan, right? Techmoan. Oh, it takes 2 batteries. Yeah, I think you actually put in a mass storage device, and it will dump the tape directly to files on the mass storage device. So this thing is acting as a USB host. I guess we could take it apart, maybe. Green hued organic substance. Oh, that's not legal in the UK? I'm surprised. It's legal in quite a few states here. Not Wisconsin, though, for a variety of conspiracy reasons. Like, a lot of people say it's the Tavern League. There's also other reasons as well. He might have. Yeah, Will, last time I was in Chicago, which is like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, I'm like, oh man, this place smells like Portland now. It's pretty obvious. Should we take this thing apart? I know, it's so dumb. As if weed would cause people to stop going to bars. That's just what they think. They think a big part of it is the Tavern League lobbying politicians to not have it, because we've had a couple referendums here. I mean, not that that really matters, but yeah. I mean, it's not like you. I mean, what you're gonna stay home and smoke weed instead of going to the bar? Like, people already do that. I think it's a phantom menace. Wait, yeah, I was at a bachelor party in July in Chicago, and when you walked down the street, it reeked of pot, but all the bars were completely full. So, what's the problem? How's this door come off? This is the highest quality device ever made. Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear about the super chat. Take it apart. Let's get this out onto a tray. Nice. How is that guy not dead? Yeah, Mike, apparently this thing, if you push play, it'll convert your tape into an MP3 file and write it onto a USB thumbstick. Wait a minute. I thought I seem to recall having a tape someplace. Steve, 1989. Yeah, maybe he died. I don't know. Cassette tapes or CDs? Well, cassette tapes have already come back, so I guess I would say cassette tapes. I mean, obviously records are really big. That's a good question about the old game files on tape. Okay, you know what? If you can wait a minute, I want to say I saw a tape someplace. All right. Just speak amongst yourselves. I'll be back. What, did you entertain the chat while I was gone? There we go. Oh, this is the one that's meant to hang off your belt. See how the buttons are upside down? It's like, what's the scoop? Weird, doesn't have an eject button. I think this. I'm sure it came from Goodwill. Oh, what's this? Oh, this must be for batteries. Wow. Takes 5 D cells? Huh. Weird. It's okay though, I got the wall adapter. There's the memory card, yeah. Taxidermy ferret slap bracelet. I think my niece got one of those for some reason. I don't even know what that is. I just saw a picture of it. I'm like, what is this? It looked like a living nightmare. No, it's good. I'll make my own. See, it's a brand new tape. This is just like the 80s. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Does this require, oh, maybe it doesn't have a built-in microphone. You could use this to load up your ZX Spectrum tapes. Oh wait, I think I have something that will work with this. I'll be back again. Hello, 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 hello. Roughly translated, the Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. Read the pages from the book, and then the demons come out. Nope. But wait, there is another hardcore pro gamer headset. No, you know. Okay, so you know, like when I make YouTube videos and I'm programming in Atmel Studio will mess up other USB devices while a programmer is plugged into your computer. So I can't use my USB gaming headset when I do those particular videos. I have to use a gaming headset that uses the old school analog input. Because otherwise, yeah, For whatever reason, Atmel Studio will cause USB audio devices to drop because I think it's constantly scanning or polling for connected programming devices, and it messes up my headset. A Fortnite Twitch. Yeah, they have a 3-conductor connector, but it should still work. You just not have one channel. Oh, it's okay. They made 2 Goodwill tape recorders last year. Here I go again. See, they've got the same markings as the ZX Spectrum. This one has a stylish carrying case with handle. Take it wherever you go. Real tone. And I apparently put batteries in this at some point in the past. Does this one have a built-in microphone? Hello, can anyone hear me? I'm trapped on a planet or something. You know, the one that I think I had that had a built-in microphone, I think I gave it to Max because he was into like cassette tapes or something. Overhead view, right. Get this little baby in the sporting goods department for only $59.99. The following are the passages from the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, roughly translated the Book of the Dead. Bound in human flesh and inked in blood, it contains funerary rites and passages that reanimate the dead or something. I think I picked up a ghost recording. Why isn't the microphone working? I'm open to suggestions. No, you just have to rewind it, stop. It latches down. Blop, 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 blop. No, the button clicks down. See now if I watch. See that? And finds out he's a ghost. Yeah, that could work. Hello, are you transducing? The transducer is the transducer doosting, blah, 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 blah. My voice has been trapped. I hate when my voice is trapped in the Shadow Realm.
Hello, are you transducing? The transducer is the transducing, transducer doosting, blah, 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 blah. My voice has been trapped. I hate when my voice is trapped in.
Wonder why the microphone didn't work. It's the same plug. Oh yeah, you might be right about that. Make my demo tape. Well, anyway, the point of this was to try to put something on a tape so we could transfer it to a USB thumb drive. Obviously, that's the most important thing we can possibly do. All right. $200? Oh, thank you very much, Sean. And you did 2 shots of Malort, so I don't have to take one. Sarah says, I love your face. I'm still not sure if your wife exists. It's been so many years since I've seen her. Anyway, so this is me recording something. Again, thank you very much, Sean, for the incredibly generous donation. And I'm recording, and we're going to pick it up on whatever microphone would care to have it. And yeah, I think I had 3 of these once, and the one with the newest one that was from the 80s that had a built-in microphone, I gave that to Max. Oh, thank you, Joe, for the generous gift. Let's go back here.
$200? Oh, thank you very much, Sean. And you did 2 shots of Malort, so I don't have to take one. Sarah says, I love your face. I'm still not sure if your wife exists. It's been so many years since I've seen her. Anyway, so this is me recording something.
All right. Sean's non-existent wife is a bit of an inside joke. I know it probably sounds kind of silly. Thank you, John, for the generous gift. So for anyone who is just joining us, I'm recording my voice with old voice recorders onto tape so I can try to use this cassette tape to MP3 player adapter I found at Goodwill. Oh no, I forgot the battery door. There we go. Guess I could use these headphones. Bench cam froze? Oh yeah, it did. I'm going to try to USB power cycle the overhead cam. Hopefully we don't lose the whole stream. But come back if we do. No change. No, 4 sets of hands. Well, that's what the beer is for, to hold my hand so steady. Oh, good. We survived. Look how I can. Who is this for? I can barely read that. Aux? Oh, wait. There's no microphone. There's got to be. There's no headphone jack? Well, what's aux? Okay. Well, it came through, but just barely. Oh, look, it came with these amazing headphones. Lovely. Oh, it's got auto reverse. Well, what more could you want? Press to start, stop, record. I guess I need a thumbstick. Oh, that light comes on when it mounts it. See? Great. Press to start, stop, record, playback. Oh, so you can also play back from the MP from the USB stick. Okay. All right, let's give this a shot. I'm going to hit play, and I'm going to hit record. Oh, Merry Christmas, Stephen Hall. You know what? I just realized something. I think I have an audio cassette right here in this bin next to my lunchbox. I did. It was right here the whole time. The power was within you. Press to start, stop, playback. It works. Oh. Oh, well, I think we know what we have to listen to. Oh no, it's time for a copyright strike. This thing actually works. I can't believe it. Thank you, Thomas, for the super chat. $10. I am not a Harry Potter fan. Although I think I saw like the first 5 movies in the theater for some reason because everyone else was. Yeah, apparently these buttons in the front, these playback things you've recorded to the card, and then basically, yeah, if you're running the tape and you push record, it records whatever's on whatever's playing on the tape to this thumb drive. Okay. Stop. Oh wait, we have to have the real experience here. So let me get out the dank pods. Yeah, in the back of my head, I was like, I thought I had an audio cassette tape somewhere in my house. And it's like a foot away from me the whole time. Peter Parker, I've always been right next to your doorstep. A Star Wars fan? Very casually. I'm a Star Trek fan. That's my jam. Oh, now it's turned into an Ashens video. Hello. Oh gosh. Oh, these are terrible. They have like no weight. Oh, they feel like just like little pieces of plastic. Oh, look. Oh, that first peel feels like the first time. Wasn't that an REO Speedwagon song? Feels like the first time. That was REO Speedwagon, right? I don't know. I would climb any mountain. All right, so let's get dangerous. I am now copying something for my own use. It's only coming through one speaker. You know, it'd be even more like retro is if you could copy from the USB card back to the cassette. But then it would need an erase head and a write head. The Foreigner belt. How will you see without double vision? Ah, my freaking eyes! I used to love that show. I don't think I have any speakers down here. All right, let's do this. Let's unmount it, and I'm going to stick it to my computer and see what it is. I'm sure it's a Oak Vorbis completely lossless, beautiful file. I thought Aqua Teen. I thought they had a movie that came out not recently, not that long ago. I don't want to dox anything. Still up? Okay. It created a folder called Tape MP3. The folder has no date, which I guess makes sense. Oh, yeah, I created 2 MP3 files. Oh, is this going to try to start groove music? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants groove music. Just give me old, crappy old media player. No, give me Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass. Come on. Open with My laptop is lagging a little bit here. Oh, come on. Recommended settings, blah, blah, blah. Mitigating the Windows Media Player library. Why? Who wants this? Can you hear it? Oh, the wow and flutter is really bad. But it does work. But yeah, I was like... Yeah, Winamp still works. I don't think it's actually supported anymore. Oh, we're almost to $1,000. Nice. Well, thanks to everyone who has supported thus far. I'm hoping everyone's having a fun stream for a great cause. And we got some REO Speedwagon, so that's good. When it comes to doing streams, I just can't fight that feeling any longer. I don't want to know what I will do on one lonely night. Through the window, I will see a rock and roll star who will live every moment. There's only like one hit on this tape. Damn you, MPAA. Yeah, the wow and flutter were pretty obvious. It was like... Well, I can't fight this feeling any longer. That's what it sounded like. Exactly like that. Okay, let me plug it back in, and I will get the. I will get the data. I still use Simplify 3D, and they did make a new version, although there's nothing really that special about it, so I don't think I really should have bothered upgrading. I've heard good things about Prusa Slicer, although the last time I downloaded it, it doesn't allow for direct USB printing from the app itself to the printer, which is what I prefer to do. Have it run off I'll hook up like 5 3D printers to one computer. So the fact that it only generated G-code files, that wasn't really for me. Prusa Slicer, although I've heard that it's really great. Although I also use Kira sometimes, and then I have Octo print on one of my printers here in the basement. The bit rate was 128 kilobits per second. Yeah, so probably there's probably a million reasons why it doesn't sound good. I mean, the bit rate is one thing, but yeah, the tape mechanism I'm sure is crap, and the DAC is probably crap, and it's just crap. Oh no, a bot. Hey Cree, can you ban these porno bots? Oh, probably shouldn't have said that. Can you ban these sex worker bots? Malort. Brandon, yeah, most 3D printers, yeah, they're just serial over USB, but the Prusa Slicer program, at least the version I downloaded, the last time I downloaded it was probably like 6 months ago, it doesn't support direct printing from the software to the printer. It's more like, oh, we generate a file and then you send that file to the printer, which is kind of like how G-code works. Because when I do like rapid iterations of stuff, I just want to print it directly from the software, and I just tell my computer to never go to, well, what do I do? Yeah, you just tell the computer to never go to sleep, and it's okay if the monitor turns off, but Oh, then you also have to disable USB select suspend in Windows so that if the computer tries to reduce power, it won't disconnect the printer. As long as you do that, it's pretty good. Oh, thank you, Purple Haze, for the $50 donation. That's great. Do you or did you have an iPod? Yeah, I have some old iPods. Actually took some on a fishing trip a couple years ago. Then hooked it up to my Bluetooth speaker from Goodwill, and then you got a stew going. Oh, Lord. Sean, we did that pig roast 2 weekends ago at Jan's, and we all did a shot of Malort, and it was to bless the house with good luck, and hopefully no more fires. I don't know if Malort's the best way to bless something, but we did it. The best software for all 3D printers? I think the current hotness is Prusa Slicer. I don't experiment that much with it. That's why I was still using Simplify 3D, and that's why I paid for the update. Even though I think the update needs an update. I would suggest Prusa. I've heard good things. They have their own slicing software. I mean, yes, it is Prusa, but yes, it's software made by the company that makes the printers. Do you vape or grind? No, but I do like cigars. Windows is a curse that never goes away. Yeah, I think my buddy Mike here, who's an IRL friend of mine, I think he just updated his... No, I think his computer forcefully updated him to Windows 11. Mine can't because I have a Gen 1 Threadripper, and AMD doesn't support Windows 11 until Gen 2 Ryzen, so thankfully my computer won't surreptitiously upgrade me, but Mike wasn't so lucky. Super Slicer, a port of Prusa Slicers. If any of you are in the Midwest and like 3D printers, I recommend the Midwest Rep Fest. It's every year in Goshen, Indiana. Yeah, it was a 3D printer get together. It was growing exponentially, and then had a severe contraction in 2020, of course, and it did come back in 2021, although it was probably about a third of the size it was before, though there's still some hesitancy. But yeah, like in 2019, I think it was up to like 2,000 attendees, and like Google was like sending taco trucks there, and yeah, I actually missed it this year because I had COVID, but I definitely want to go back next year. So yeah, if you're in the Midwest and you like 3D printers, look it up. Midwest Rep Fest, or MRF for short, MRRF. I haven't used Windows 11, so I can't speak to it. I've heard that the telemetry, which is a fancy word for spyware, is even worse in it compared to Windows 10. Like I said, I don't think any of my computers can run it. Well, actually, no, I think the Surface Book is too old as well. So I'll just stick with Windows 10, cold dead fingers kind of thing, till I have no choice. I paid $9. Look, $10? Oh man. I mean, I guess it did work. Anyone have any suggestions what I could build into this? The box of donations that was in, the guy had built a power supply in another one of those boxes. I think I gave that to the hackerspace, but this box is obviously pristine. I don't want to live in a world without Star Wars. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Tom's Electronic Garage. An authentic Australian. Nice. A good user-friendly Linux? I'm probably Ubuntu, but I'm sure there's plenty of people in the chat that know more about Linux than I do. When I want to throw together a Linux box, I use Ubuntu. I think actually that's what my website runs on as well. A karaoke box. Louvered means to have slits in the side of something that prevent water from going into it. Or I guess you could Google it, but that's what I think it is. Dave Jones impersonation. Beauty. That's a Bobby Dazzler. What a win. I think these are the louvers, which are louvered. I don't know. Do we have any French fans in the chat? I played a Steam Deck at a show a couple months ago. It reminded me of the Atari Lynx. It's so big. The Proton software, that's really impressive. I kind of wish it would be more impressive if it was like what Apple did with the new Macs, where it did real-time translation of x86 code into ARM. If the Steam Deck could do that, that would be really impressive. So I think it's like halfway to being really impressive, but it's not. I don't think it's as impressive. Proton's really cool, but I would be more impressed if it could translate to ARM. Then you'd also get a big battery life improvement. Something with vacuum tubes. Yeah, that's a good idea. Speed holes. I'm going to go examine my Irish toilet really quickly. I'll be right back. The Irish toilet is still there. A boroscope? I don't know what that is. Irish toilet is where if there's like a bathroom in the basement, that's like a dirty bathroom. So after the husband gets home from the coal mine, he goes down there to wash up so his wife's not like, oh, you're making the bathroom all messy. The toilet has an accent then, yes. It also likes to get into fights and blow up cars. With all the beer you drink, I don't usually pee into the downstairs toilet. Remember when the tax guy came by? Although you're never supposed to let him into your house, but I guess that guy did. And I was like, please observe my 1.5 bathrooms. The 0.5 is a toilet near the washing machine. It is not a bathroom. It's not even half a bathroom. It's a toilet. And then he's probably like, $1 billion. Did the tax guy use your toilet? No, he didn't. Louver. The box of electronic donations also had this in it. I think he was trying to make some sort of dial a decade counter. So I was trying to basically make my own version of it, but then I guess I gave up. Well, I'm not a decade counter, a decade box. Like this. Like, oh, I would like 1.101 ohms of resistance. I think that's what he was trying to do with this. Got some old school resistors in there. But when I was looking at that box, I was going to try to like complete it, but I was looking at it as like one of those things where like I could tell by the way it was wired that he'd gotten a certain ways into it and then realized he did something wrong and then he just kind of stopped, which we've all done that. Toilet by washing machine. Oh, well, that toilet, it's got all this like hard water in it, so that toilet is not fit for Sunday school, let me tell you. Trying to think if there's anything else laying around that I could show you that I've been working on. I spend most of my time programming pinball machine, that new pinball machine lately. I've been doing that since July, I think I started. So I spend 2 to 4 days a week on that. So I haven't actually done as many side projects. I still build like single-handed controllers, 1 or 2 a week, but yeah, most of my time has been spent on pinball programming. Beer and board games, but it's beer and circuit board games. Yeah. Oh, hello, Douglas Fish. Yes, this is my first ever live stream Christmas charity. So if you want to donate some money to help video gamers with cancer, you can. All the super chats. Yeah, so any super chats from this video, including the test video I did last week. And then I'll just also donate all of the January 2023 YouTube revenue, which will include all these super chats. I'll donate it all to the charity. Silverstone, yeah, I actually was I was showing something about that earlier. Let me grab it. Yeah, this is we're doing a workshop at the Midwest Gaming Classic 2023. And this one, it's a little badge, but it's the game badge. So it's even got slots for your lanyard to hook up right there and there. And yeah, it's got a Pico W on it. Well, here it is on the breadboard, and then it solders, the castellated pins solder onto the back. So obviously I haven't ordered the circuit board yet, but I've got 3 months, so I think I can get it done. I hope so. So I'm going to make some sort of game for it. Then it uses a NES style graphics driver. All done in software. So yeah, this is like the first, I guess this technically would be the first project I've done with the Pico. First laser engraver. I don't know what to recommend. I'm really out of date on that. I haven't bought one in 11 years, so I'm out of date. If Tripod's Garage is still here, he might have some suggestions. I know he's been working with some lasers. Thanks for stopping by, Cirrus. Or Cirrus or Sirius? Cirrus, okay. We need a Bud game. I thought about making a cat-related game for this thing. But then I was thinking about, like, if you have the cat all animated, kind of like that. Remember that Lion King game they had on the Sega Genesis? And they had all the frames of animation? And the cartridge was like, that was an expensive cartridge that came out. It was like $70 or something for, like, the Sega Genesis. So it's like, oh, if you have all these frames of animation of a cat, that might take up too much memory. Plus, I'd have to draw a bunch of frames of animation of a cat. Before I did the tile driver, I was thinking about making this is so dumb. Because I had Moonforce, so I wanted to make a game about shoeing horses in space, and I was going to call it Space Farrier. But I decided to make a tile engine instead of a 3D engine. The screen, the screen's like 1.5 inches. It's not that bad. I mean, it's perfectly easy to see. Although, in this case, like I said earlier, I have the resolution. It's 240 by 240, but all the pixels on the screen that you see are 2x pixels. Because, yes, if you actually render the text at high resolution, you could barely read it. So it's actually been magnified in a way just through software. Petsky robots, yeah. What doesn't have Petsky robots? Make a Bud game like Quap. I don't know if that would be fun, though. You know, there's got to be something that people can pick up and play quickly. Opinion on restoring an old 3D printer? It might be fun, and it might be fun to, like, visit the past. But if you're actually doing it because you want a printer to use, I don't think I'd suggest it. Even if you get it for free, it's probably not worth it. The printer technology advanced so rapidly, it's pretty crazy. At the Murph festival that I mentioned, the last time I went, 2021, one of the guys there had a Cupcake, which was the MakerBot printer that preceded the Replicator 1. And I spent about 3 hours helping him, like, get it running, and we printed a lens cap. But yeah, it's crazy how fast stuff had advanced with those printers. .420 by 320. Yeah, I thought about getting one of those. I probably should have, because this screen actually, the driver is actually 320 by 240, and you basically just tell the screen to ignore 80 pixels on the left-hand side. So it actually has the same frame buffer as a 320 by 240. In hindsight, I probably should have, although it's for a workshop, and I was trying to keep the price as low as possible, and this WaveShare screen was like $13, which is the most expensive part by a country mile. So that, plus the other parts, plus my cut, plus MGC. If the screen was any bigger, I think we're doing the workshop for $70 a person. So a bigger screen probably would have jumped it up another $10. Petsky Bud. Yeah. It's not technically a front porch, but you could consider that. Yeah, it's a non-visible area. Petsky robots for the Switch? Cool. Ian, as far as the scrolling is concerned, the main bottleneck is that it's a 1-bit SPI bus. And now, again, if you had a different LCD driver, I think you could get up to an 18-bit bus with this particular screen. But this module just uses a SPI bus, so it's 1 bit at a time at 62.5 megabits a second. So this is running at 30 hertz. The frame time is like 15 milliseconds, which gives you 15 milliseconds to draw graphics without affecting the frame buffer. So it's effectively. So you could do it at 60 frames a second, but then you'd have to double buffer everything because you couldn't draw the graphics while you were sending them to the screen. Well, the problem with putting it in the SRAM is that, again, all the access between the Raspberry Pi and the screen is over a 1-bit SPI bus. And also, these screens don't have the read pin return. It's only it's clock and MOSI, but there's no MISO. There's no master in, slave out. So you can't read the RAM, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, SPI, Serial Peripheral Interface. I wasn't sure which one to use, if I should use SPI or SPI, so it's kind of like SPI versus SPI. I'll be here all week, try the veal. LoRa module? I don't know what that is. Yeah, Ian, it is blitting. It's all done in software. It does, well, it's scrolling up and down, but so it's 120 divided by 8, which is 15. So it's 15 chars across by 15 down. So it renders one whole line of chars into a line buffer, and then it sends that via DMA while it draws the next one. And it can do the tile and sprite blit in 70% of the time it takes to do the DMA transfer of that line. So basically it does a ping pong buffer of draw, send, draw, send, draw, send, draw, send. That way it does it as quickly as possible. Because as I said, the Pico is a pretty powerful microcontroller. So, and if you're doing all that blitz stuff, it's 32-bit, so it's pretty fast. Well, you don't really have to keep tiles and off-screen RAM because I'm using a name table buffer on the Raspberry Pi on the Pico, so it sends it pretty fast. So there's like again, it's based off the Nintendo. There's 256 characters for the background tiles, another 256 for the sprites, although it could be more. And then the actual name table itself, which has the background data, that's 32 wide by 32 high. That's how it can scroll like this. And then if you scroll all the way, which this doesn't demonstrate, it just repeats over again. So anyway, it's much faster just to do everything on the Raspberry Pi because the bandwidth between the Pi and the screen is pretty limited. Ray chasing? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I mean, the thing is, if your next line wasn't done after the DMA was done, then the DMA would just wait until the line was done. Because once the line is complete, then it calls the DMA, the direct memory access, to trigger. But yeah, again, it all fits within it all fits within 15 milliseconds, so it's good enough. I mean, I wish it was 60 frames a second, but it's not. What's going on? I'm late as hell. Well, I've been showing off my Pico game badge project. We did some soldering. We looked at a lunchbox, and then we found the device that would turn your analog tapes into MP3 files on a thumbstick. Yes, I have visited the New Glarus Brewing Company. It's the cleanest building I've ever seen in my life. It's insane. It looks like some sort of alien robot factory. Okay, I've been there a couple times. It's pretty good. New Glarus is an interesting town. It's like this very kind of quaint. I don't know if it's German or colonial Dutch. It's probably more like German. Yeah, and they've got a really cool butcher shop there. You get like smoked beef jerky and sausages. And apparently, a lot of people commute from Madison down to New Glarus, so they want to live in Madison, or like if when they need their scientists, their food scientists, the food scientists will commute 40 minutes from Madison down to New Glarus. But apparently New Glarus is too sleepy of a town for scientists. The Pico, nice song. Yeah, I am doing the spy. All the graphic stuff is done on the second core. So the first core will handle the game, and it will actually it'll draw the tiles and the sprites in memory. But then the second core, the first core tells the second core to start all the DMA transfers. So you could, you put like bytes into the name table, but the second core has to actually take those bytes and translate it to graphics and then do the color and all that stuff. So that all happens in the second processor, yes. It's actually, and like on Arduino, they make it dead simple. Like you just do setup and then setup 1, loop, and loop 1. And anything called from those functions will either execute in core 0 or core 1. It's pretty easy to use. They have a communication FIFO between the cores, but the cores also have access to the same RAM, so you can just use variable flags. SD card storage? Probably. Well, this screen uses chip select, so yeah, you could deselect the screen and use this same SPI bus to talk to an SD card. The Pico loads its code off of an EEPROM. That little guy right there. Kind of like the parallax propeller. So I think in theory you could probably also put like a quad SPI on this as well. How did the VIC and the 64 work? Very well, apparently, because they sold a zillion units. That sounds like a question for the 8-bit guy. I think I know this though. I believe the VIC and the CPU on the C64 took turns accessing RAM. So, like the C64 main bus or the main clock rate was actually kind of slow. It was like 1 megahertz. That's because half the time, I want to say that's when the VIC was accessing RAM. That's a little different than how the Atari 800 works, where the Atari 800, it also used shared RAM for the video and everything else, but the Antic coprocessor on that one would actually halt the CPU. So the CPU might spend an unequal amount of time halted on the Atari versus the Commodore, where I believe it was like a 2-to-1 ping pong. Oh, thanks for stopping by and enjoy your oregano. Orange Pi 800, I can guess what that is though. I have a Pi 400, I think. I don't know why I bought it. I guess I just bought it. Here's my watch project I never finished. It also uses a ST7789. This is a LCD from one of those crappy Menards watches. Let me see if I can remember the pinout. Don't blow up. I want to say it's the opposite of what I think it would be. So this one actually takes a state like a RAM, a PPU memory state from a Nintendo and translates the graphics onto the screen. So this one is actually running at 220 or 240 by 240, which is almost the same resolution as a Nintendo, which is 256 by 240. So this one's just missing 2 column or 1 column on either side. But yeah, you basically you load something in an emulator like, oh sorry, it's off camera. You load something in an emulator like Contra, and then you capture the RAM, and then you paste that RAM into your code, and then this thing basically just redraws the screen the same way the PPU would. So you see you got the Contra mountains there, and then it's just supposed to be a watch. So that's why there's time on the screen, and then it goes to sleep, and then so you can push any button to turn it back on, or one of the buttons. Yeah, this just uses a little AT-Tiny 1 Series 1614, I want to say. Tilt the camera up. Oh, okay, I think we're good now. Yeah, it's just got a little tiny 8-bit micro there. That's all that. It's an AT-Tiny 1 Series. They're pretty cool chips. And of course, you can't find them now. And see, it's got a little crystal because it's got. Oh no! Did that freeze again? I think it did. Hold on. I think I know the procedure at least this time. There we go. Bud is doing the dishes. No, he's sitting in my box of packing materials over in the corner. During the day, Bud is like a needy, wild child. But then like at 6 o'clock or so, he just lays around, including right now. So yeah, when I did the test stream the other day at like 1 in the afternoon, Bud was like all over me, but not this time of day. I guess if I do a stream in the future, I need to do it during a Bud active time. How is he the opposite of other cats? I don't know. Sometimes he acts like a dog. He follows me all around the house. I think, I hate to say it, but it's like when you have one cat, you start to realize why A, people get their cats fat, and B, why people always have 2 cats. So it's like, oh no. Does he make calls? Not that I know of. Yeah, well, I don't know if this one, I didn't want to do it on Christmas or even Christmas Eve because a lot of people are like traveling and stuff. So I just figured this Friday would be the best bet. Yeah, because I'm not even hanging out with my family this week. And my mom's like in Arizona, so she's not like, oh, come visit. So it's like, I don't have to do anything. So I'll probably just play video games all weekend. Flipper Zero hacking tool. Oh, that thing. Isn't that like a freaking tool? I don't know. I don't know. Well, I know what it is, but that's about all I know. No booty call. No, I think I'm all right. No booty call for Christmas. Happy Festivus. Happy Festivus to you too. Does it even play Doom? I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it. Well, this one can't because it's a little 8-bit processor. I don't know. Maybe Google it. Like maybe someone has gotten Doom to work on a Pico. Actually, no. Probably doesn't have enough RAM. Bud needs the booty call. I have this robotic dancing sloth. So people constantly buy me sloth things now. It used to be Dirty Dancing. Now it's sloths. So a friend of mine got me this dancing robotic sloth for Valentine's Day. And it goes like, all I want to do is go boom, 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 shake a boom, boom, just back to front. Is that song? So anyway, Bud really, really likes that thing. even though I don't think the plumbing works anymore, but he wishes it did. Any idea for 2023 videos? Well, I want to make another video for like the final microcontroller. I did a first one of those, and I was working on the next part of that, which probably like a keyboard. I was thinking about making like some sort of like ancient retro cyber deck kind of thing. TNT 4.1 is quite a bit more powerful than a Raspberry Pi Pico. Okay, I'll go see if I can wake up Bud one last time. Is that your favorite place in the whole house? Yeah. A nice dark corner behind the furnace where you're safe from all those mean possums. Mean possums. But I think there's a cat friend of yours that lives under the back porch. I saw footprints this morning. Maybe that could be your new friend. Sleepy Bud. You a sleepy boy? Sleepy boy. Claw boy. You know, Bud, it used to be politically correct to declaw cats. Clip that one. Oh, I've wanted to make an automatic cat trimmer, like, because it's really hard, even for two people, it's hard to trim his nails. But like, you could like pull out his nail and put it into something, it would like break an IR beam, and then something would like cut the nail off. That'd be super handy. Wouldn't you love that, Bud? He's at 0 ping. Oh, the fur! Look how the fur is flying. Are you a furry boy? My sister's cat is softer, though. Don't tell Bud. Are you a tired boy? The final hour of the stream will just be me petting Bud. I wish you were always this docile. Not PlayStation controllers, but if you have Xbox One controllers, when I build the accessibility controllers for people, the number one thing that fails is, surprise, surprise, the analog sticks. So, extra analog sticks are good. Oh, ow! Ah! Oh, it's like that movie Mel Gibson made. The Passion of the Bud. No, he was not purring. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, Mike. Actually, he's gotten a little better about it. But, I don't know. He did stop knocking over the spices, but I had to put panther tape on the kitchen counter. Yeah, usually, again, like during the day, because I work from home. I was working from home before it was cool. After we stopped doing the show, yeah, during the day he's really annoying because he's so needy. So like upstairs, like if I put him in the back of my chair, that's like the best case scenario. He likes to watch the pinballs fly around and stuff. He likes that. So. almost like maybe I should go get a different job. I could go like work at a Greasy Spoon during the day, and then at night come home and program pinballs, and Bud will be like docile. Maybe that's what I should do. But I think I'm too old to work that much. Like 10 years ago, I could have done that, but 10 years ago, I did do that. Panther tape. Now, Panther tape is like these large sheets of double stick tape, and you put them on things so your cats won't go on them, because cats hate sticky surfaces. It's exactly 10 o'clock here, so we've got 1 more hour to the stream. Yeah, I thought about a follow-up to Kitten Jail. Well, I had 2 ideas. It was going to be Kitten Prison in the style of Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison Blues. The other one was going to be in the style of Rod Stewart, Leave the Roomba Alone. Although I'd probably be in the style of Tom Petty, because he wrote that song, and Tom Petty is cooler than Rod Stewart. He's not usually too bad if I'm gone for a day. If I'm gone for like 2 or 3 days, sometimes, yeah, he'll do his like, he'll meow differently, like his miss you meow, which is more like, and this one thing, I mean, since I live alone, kind of having a dog wouldn't be the best thing, because I don't travel nearly as much as I used to, but there are still occasions where I'll be gone, you know, for 2 to 3 to 4 days, several times a year. And I mean, you could easily leave a cat home for that amount of time. I don't think I'm going to take the cassette thing apart. It seems like one of those things where it didn't seem like it was going to come apart very easily, and then it would probably be destroyed if I did. So sorry about that. Allison's doing well. We actually hung out just a couple days ago. We resumed our yearly Christmas time drinking meeting, and yeah, so she's actually she doesn't live. She lives about a mile north of here, actually, and then Max also lives not too far from here. Yeah, the audio quality was 128 kilobits per second, but I don't think that was the limit. The limiting factor was the crappy tape playback and probably a terrible DAC. Oh, he broke $1,000. Awesome. Bud picked you. Yeah, he kind of did. I mentioned earlier the best project we ever made on the show, which I thought was the robot luggage. And then the guy who helped me with that was the guy, a friend I had made around the time. So September 2020. Because I was thinking about getting a pet, and then of course everyone was getting pets back in 2020. Jesse's like, Ben, they've got some orange cats at the Janesville shelter. Because like up here in Madison, like the summer of 2020, I'm not kidding, for like a month, all they had left was one horse. They had nothing. All the animals were wiped clean. So I was like, oh my God, orange kittens. So I go down there. I remember it was September 10th, because it's easy to remember because it's almost like September 11th. So I go down there, and they've got this one kitten. It's really cute. And I take it into the room, but it didn't really like me. It was cuter than Bud. It didn't really like me, though. And then there's like this old cat that I kind of felt sorry for, but it was really scared. Because also cats hate me. Like, cats have always hated me. Like, dogs I get along with great. Anyway, then they're like, well, we have this one cat in the back, but he's kind of sick. And he's orange. And I'm like, oh, okay, bring him out. And so they bring him out, and it's Bud. And he instantly just, like, started, like, doing that paw thing and purring and stuff. And, like, it was, like, night and day from, like, the first kitten that I looked at. The first kitten was 3 months old, and Bud was 4 months old. So they weren't that different in age, but yeah, it was, like, just night and day. I'm like, oh, I guess they do pick you. Smoking on planes. Yeah, if you think about that, like if you're on a plane, if there's a no smoking light, it's like how old is this plane? Because you haven't been able to smoke on U.S. flights since 1988, I want to say. I was on this flight once, and some part of the airplane was like oscillating and making noise. Oh, Jesse, speak of the devil. Thank you so much. And this lady on the plane was like, oh, I'm worried about the noise. And the attendant was like, it's okay, ma'am, it's okay. And I was thinking, I'm like, lady, this plane is probably 10 years older than the car you drive. Don't read this. Oh, I read it. Can I put Linux on a Samsung S3 Mini? Well, I mean, technically, your Android phone is already Linux. So if you want to be pedantic, yes. Oh, here's something I designed in the before times. It's a Sam, what was that number? Sam D51 dev board. That would be similar to an Adafruit Grand Central Station. Actually, well, I think I have the assembled one. Yeah, here it is. Oh, camera's casting a dispersion on it. There we go. So I put two USB headers on it. So if you break these jumpers, you can operate the chip in either USB device or host mode. Yeah, I built this thing and it works, and I'm like, okay, well now what am I going to do with it? So this is like a really beefy version of like the chip we used on our pinball machines. It's I don't know the specs off the top of my head. It's a Atmel Sam D51. Yeah. So it's like how do I put it? Well, I want to say it's a ARM Cortex M3. Can you shotgun a beer while Bud shotguns a can of Fancy Feast? Well, I guarantee I could drink the beer faster than Bud could. Oh, that reminds me of a story. I was in New York once for like Engadget conference or something, and afterwards we all went out drinking, which is how all those stories go. And we're in Hell's Kitchen, and we're at a bar, and there's this woman there, and she's like, "I am the best drinker ever. I'm from Wisconsin," and I'm like, "Ha ha ha, whatever. I'm from Wisconsin, and I'm Irish, and I'm an engineer. So bring it." And yeah, she could not shotgun beers as fast as me. So you don't even need to like poke a hole in it. Well, really, a bottle is easier because a bottle has more of a throat, and like when you pull it back, the bottle has like a long throat, so the air has a nice smooth passageway. Because the real trick is getting it into your stomach as fast as possible. You know, it's been a while since I've done that, but I want to say I could shotgun a beer in about 5 seconds if it's in a bottle. Oh, thank you for the $10 donation, RC dude. Great to meet you at Pinball Expo. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was only there for the day, but that was a fun day. Which person were you at Pinball Expo? I might remember. I didn't talk to too many people because I was in disguise. Rip your liver. That ship has sailed. Bill of Wampty, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Beer bong is the easiest way. Yeah, speaking of old arcade games, you know what I always love to hack up is like those little Cherry Masters, because they're either like Z80s or 6502s, so you can like get all sorts of like EPROMs and CPUs out of them, and it's great. And like they're basically considered to be garbage, so it's like, who cares? My favorite arcade game. Oh, I'd have to say Afterburner too. It's very arcadey. Everything about it has like this really hardcore immediacy and like visceral reaction, and the music is great. Probably right up there, probably like Outrun, and then maybe Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My favorite pinball machine? Probably Attack from Mars. I had one for quite a while. I actually sold it when I moved out of my shop because it's a lot easier to, you can sell the pinball machine and it compresses down to like some money in the bank. It doesn't weigh anything and you don't have to move it. Yeah. Pinball machines are so expensive now. It's like, so you could be a designer of pinball machines and almost not be able to afford them. Sit down deluxe machines like F0AX. Are you talking about like the new ones or the old ones? Awesome sit-in cabinet for Afterburner. Well, of course, just like in Terminator 2. Yes. Best PC in house. What are the specs? We were talking about Windows 11 earlier. A big PC upstairs, which I use for pinball development. It's AMD first generation Threadripper. So it's 16 core, 32 threads, 64 gigabytes RAM. It has it has two 1 terabyte SSD M2s and RAID 0 array for parallel access. And then I recently added the third slot, I put in another M2 drive for video editing because I had a Black Friday sale on Amazon. And it has a GTX 3070 in it, which still looks better than my Xbox Series X. Yeah, the Mandalorian topper is pretty cool, but Stern basically is just like Apple. They're just seeing how much their rich customer base will pay. Because honestly, if you can afford a $5,000 toy, you can afford an $8,000 toy, you can afford a $10,000 toy. So, yeah. I probably shouldn't say that because I make money on those toys, but... Oh, I can hear Bud rolling around in the packing materials. And no, I can't take the camera over there because I don't want to risk it disconnecting. I never owned the NES edition of Pinbot, but I certainly remember it. I remember it had the Rare program that it had a split screen thing where the flipper stayed static and then the upper half of it scrolled up and down. Yes, I'm still around, Star Kid. Squish that cat. I squished him a little bit ago. Yeah. Bud does like being squished. Well, sometimes he likes being squished. It's weird. He doesn't often lay on me as a human. Although he likes, if I take a nap, he'll like cuddle up on my arms and stuff. Like if I'm like this, he'll be like, bloop, and then he'll like plop down and he'll look like a big fuzzy caterpillar. There's nothing wrong with a first gen i7. I mean, they're still pretty powerful. Like I'm on my laptop right here, but like my downstairs PC, which was the PC we had on the show, it's like a 2014 i7. Although it is starting to get a little long in the tooth. Nope, Ben died. Yeah. Yeah. UW swap. Yeah. Last time I used crayons? You know, it wasn't that long ago, actually, because I have this... Someone bought me a coloring book of sloths farting. So I remember my niece and I colored a few pages of that a few years back. So I'd say maybe 3 years ago. Hello, Mando. Seismographs can detect Bud. Yeah, Bud is almost 15 pounds. And the vet was like, well, he's got this primordial pouch. And I'm like, all cats have a primordial pouch. So the vet was like, he needs to lose 2 pounds. And I'm like, but the pet food bag says he should eat 2/3 of a cup a day. And she's like, yes, the pet food company that wants to sell you as much pet food as possible tells you to overfeed your cat. And I'm like, oh. So he's got a robot feeder or automatic feeder. So I dial back the portion. Then Bud gets even whinier, which may have been attached to his recent whiny spat. And I'm thinking, you know what? I don't think Bud looks that fat. He's just big. And also the vet doesn't have to work from home with a needy cat. So I'll take one chastising from a vet a year versus that. I don't think he's just a big cat. I mean, is my sister still in the chat? Like Cree, my sister's YouTube namesake, Trash Cat. Trash Cat was like the same weight as Bud, but she wasn't nearly as big, so she looked fat. Whereas Bud is like, he's just big boned. Basically Garfield, yeah. The only advantage I thought to Bud weighing less is when he is pouncing around and lands on my balls. So, I could handle a few less pounds of pressure there, but, that's it's only a percentage of the time that happens. Trash Cat had little tiny legs. So, Cree, did you have to boot anyone for being bad, or has everyone been nice except for the bots? Yeah, Wee Man, if you buy like aftermarket sticks, they're often not the same as the ones that come with a controller. Like, here, hold on, I've got some here. Here, let's move that circuit board. Like, there's an aftermarket pot from Amazon, and there's a real pot. So the aftermarket pots will work, but in my experience, when you move the aftermarket pot, they'll move to the extremity of motion much faster than the real pots will. So it doesn't take as much movement to move the stick. So that's sometimes that's not that big of a deal, like when I do my accessibility controllers, because I've actually had some people say that they like it better because it makes it more sensitive. But if you're doing a direct one-to-one comparison in a controller, I think you definitely notice it. Oh, thank you for the $50 donation. That's great. Thank you, Kyle Duckiller. Still rocking 17. Hey, 1080. There's nothing wrong with a 1080. Yeah, your CPU is too old. Happy holidays to you too. Thank you very much. Yes, Bud does have claws, because it's totally okay to chop out the reproductive organs, but don't touch their claws. I don't make the rules. Sonic Boom Podcast. Oh man, that's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. Actually, George emailed me like a couple months ago, so he's still around. Oh, man, there were so many things from the past. Also, apparently Jason Jones got remarried. So, talking about podcasts, I really need to contact him and find out about that. You'll all be disappointed to know I've only drinking 3 beers. So, too much talk and not enough drinking. Bud Ice. Or you might be considered Bud Light. Aftermarket optical drop-in? Yeah, that might be possible. Or you could do an aftermarket Hall effect sensor. I did a video about that a few months ago. The Dreamcast used Hall effect sensors for the joystick and the 2 analog triggers, just like the Xbox One uses it for the analog triggers. But Hall effect sensors are actually a lot of, when it comes to parts you can't get, a lot of it is anything used for automotive. So MOSFETs are hard to get, passives or logic gates are fine, but a Hall effect sensor, they're harder to get. So not only do they cost more money, but they're harder to source if you were to start using them for joysticks and a controller. $5, Trash Cat, thank you. Awesome, thank you, JJ. And Z Mech, Z something, thank you very much for the $19.99. Yeah, the Hall effect mod was pretty crazy, but yeah, it was I'm using 4 Hall effect sensors and 2 microcontrollers, which is incredibly extravagant in... You may hear about electronic shortages. It's definitely real, and it's really bad, and it's kind of insane how long it's gone on. So it definitely is a factor. So yes, you have. It reminds me of the scene from my favorite last best Hollywood movie, Mad Max Fury Road, where they're looking up at the sky and they see the satellites, and the girl's like, they say those used to transmit movies and programs and shows down to people on Earth, and now they're just stars. And that's how I feel, where like you take apart like a disposable blood glucose monitor and there's like an STM32 in it from like 5 years ago. It's like, an age of opulence, and it's gone. Oh, $1,189. Awesome. Thanks. Maps Home will do. Oh, the Bible game. Yes, the Old Testament pinball machine. One of these years, that Ponzi scheme company, Deeproot, they were going to make one, and they actually stole the idea from me. I mean, they actually stole the idea from me, like when I had a meeting with that guy. Thank God it didn't work for him. But so yeah, I don't have to worry about him suing me. I gotta get this game programmed first. So I'm gonna be programming this game for 10 more months. So it'll actually have 15 months of code at launch, which would be pretty good. Also, yeah, I'm just getting old. I just do not have the energy I used to. I mean, I wish I did. Steve Urkel pinball. FPGA, when I've done videos with FPGA, I just barely fake my way through it. So I don't feel I'm proficient enough to really do videos about that. Sorry about that. But I'm sure there's other people on YouTube who are there definitely are people that are much more talented with FPGAs than myself. So I would say seek them out, because yeah, I don't know. I'm not very good at them. Oh wow, $99. Thank you, Eric. Awesome. Random crap from Menards. Well, I mean, technically, yeah. Like, you know, there is a little micro in here, and I think there's actually test points too. I don't know. It's kind of like one of those things that's like, you know, will humans have to mine their own garbage someday? Kind of feels like that. Yeah, again, I have an appointment for the sleep apnea. I have to talk to a sleep doctor and then get a sleep study. Of course, the cynic in me wonders if that's just a way to run up my insurance, but it's in the progress. I'm getting it done. Oh, thank you, Eric. Save big money at Menards. No, the real joke is spend all your money. You spend all your money when you shop Menards. Menards big sales coming out now. Menards. Electrical appliances too. The savings will always come right back to you. Spend all your money. You spend all your money. Spend all your money at Menards. It reminds me of that song from Wall-E. What was it like? By and large, superstore, all you need and so much more. Like, you go into Menards and they're playing the frickin' jingle in Menards and you feel like you're in Wall-E. It's because it's the same energy. No, yes, I have an appointment to go to another doctor regarding CPAP, and then that second doctor will do a sleep study, I guess, or schedule me a sleep study. So, yes, I am getting it done because I think it's pretty likely that I have it. Yeah, I want to finish the Cyberdeck sometime. I wanted to do it in time for Vintage Computer Festival, but time just got away from me. So I know I like to joke that I'm semi-retired, and I guess I kind of was for a few years, but again, I've started this pinball project, so I probably like 85% employed, so I'm not really semi-retired anymore. I need to examine my Irish toilet. Please excuse me. Just realized I haven't done any Sean Connery impressions. That's too bad. Being retarded. Yeah, I think the same thing, Wishbone. Like, I don't think I would ever actually want to retire because I would just get bored. But when I was there was a time I was doing the show full time. I was programming the first spooky pinball machine, America's Most Haunted, on nights and weekends. I was building single-handed controllers for people with disabilities on nights and weekends, and I was also doing game latency testing equipment on nights and weekends. So there was a time where I was working really, really, really hard, and I was kind of like, I need a break. That's one of the men. Well, that's probably actually the main reason. The main reason I stopped doing the show, because from like 2012 to 2000, especially from like 2012 to like 2015, I was a huge workaholic. And I mean, I made a lot of money and became very comfortable from it, but I also was like, oh, I need to like not work as hard for a few years. Ben Hacks for the win. Oh yeah, thank you. Johnny Five short circuit impression. I just saw a meme about Johnny Five earlier. What did he say? I read the line, nice software, Stephanie. He kind of sounded like 8-bit guy, didn't he? Oh, and then no disassemble. And Johnny Five is alive. Sean, I like a sausage. I'd like a sausage sandwich with sauce. I have noticed the Elgato 4K capture thing is getting a bit warm. I did have to restart it again, but that's okay. I mean, so far everything's been pretty smooth. Oh, snowed in Ohio? We didn't get a ton of snow here. It's just we got like 2 inches, then it blew all over the place for a day, and then it got really cold. The Bill Paxton pinball machine, I sold that to Lloyd at SS Billiards. So that's actually at a place called SS Billiards up in Minneapolis. And I know Spooky has been trying to buy it back so they can like put it in their Hall of Iron Man armors or something, even though they didn't make it. But yeah. I mean, when I build something, I don't have emotional attachments to anything I build. Well, maybe the first Atari portable ever made. Like if Bud ever smashed that, I probably would get upset. But 99% of the things I make get sold or given away as giveaways on the show. So I don't really get too emotional about that stuff. 2 feet of snow? That's insane. Where was that at? Like Buffalo? What's with Buffalo? It's like they got hot sauce and like terrible weather. What would be your dream project? No limits? Probably to either build a boat or a car. Oh yeah, I can tell a story regarding boats. I was up in northern Wisconsin. I like to joke that Wisconsinites go to northern Wisconsin for vacations to get away from the Illinois people who come into southern Wisconsin for vacations. So they all come up into the Dells, and then we like have to go farther north because we want to avoid them. Everyone in Wisconsin hates Illinois. The only people that hate Illinois more than Wisconsinite are people who live in Illinois. Anyway, so I'm up in Lake Birchwood, right? So I take the boat across the lake to this like amazing crappy dive bar called the Fernwood Bar. You can Google it if you want. It's this amazing shithole. It's like God, I don't know, 100 years old or something. And this is 2020, but of course it's up north, so nobody cares. And yeah, I'm in there and I'm talking to this ancient guy who like lived through the Great Depression. And apparently he didn't care because he was at the bar, even though he was like 95 years old. And he was like, I had to work at the sawmill when I was 10 years old. Anyway, so at this bar, the windows behind the bar show the lake. So this white object starts coming across the lake, and it looks like a UFO kind of on the water. And we're all looking at it, and we're like, what the heck is that? Like, what is it? And then it docks, and we still don't know what it is. It kind of looks like a paddle boat. So it docks, and the people are walking up. So then those of us in the bar are betting on what kind of beer they'll order. And I think I was the closest. I think he wanted a Blue Moon, but all they had was Spotted Cow. It's similar. So anyway, I go to leave. So I go back down to the dock, and I'm going to, because, you boat up to the bar. So I go down to get my boat, or the boat that I had rented. And I go to look at this guy's UFO boat, right? And it's like this, it's like a paddle boat. It looks like a paddle boat, but it's been custom modified. So I'm looking at it for a while. I'm taking pictures. And then the guy walks down out of the bar, comes back onto the dock. He's like, I noticed you're looking at my boat there, right? And I'm like, yeah, what the heck? And it was like this, it was like a boat from the 1970s. And what he had done, I think it originally had like a transom in the back, where that's where you bolt on the motor, a regular motor. So he had removed all that, and it was so crazy. He had like chopped a portion of the boat out from the bottom, and then he bought a used jet ski, and he chopped a portion of the jet ski apart, and then he like welded the fiberglass. So the jet ski motor area, he fiberglass welded that to this other boat to make like this jet ski paddle boat kind of thing. And then he had beautiful aluminum welds like on the top, like you could open it up, like there's aluminum doors to like look down to the engine. And then it was like it's either a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke. It was a jet ski engine. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So anyway, yeah, I think I stayed there for like an extra hour talking to this guy about this boat. And he's like, oh yeah, I built the whole thing for like $7,000. And I'm like, oh my God, I totally want to build something like this. So that would, yeah, either a boat or a car would definitely be on my short list. I don't think the ST7789 has a Blit engine built in. You can set the areas of RAM in which to fill. That's what like the Adafruit libraries do. Like you can say, okay, my next block fill, I want to fill from 00 over to 1616, and then it'll only fill that square, but it can only be defined in square patterns. It doesn't actually have a Blit that has masking abilities. But the thing that's cool about it is you can set the draw window to be 00 to 239, and you can actually fill the whole screen. And I believe it does have a frame buffer on it because it won't actually update the screen until you've sent all the data, which means you don't have to worry about tearing. I don't actually have the full Focus wagon anymore. I actually sold it to that Mike guy for $1, and then he fixed it for $500, and then I regretted selling it, but that's my fault. But now he has a fine $1 $500 car. Oh, I'm sorry, $555 total, including the sale price. And I said, you better pay sales tax on that, buddy. No, I don't want a submarine. I'd rather just have a boat. We have these 2 giant lakes here. That's the thing about Madison. Like, well, it's super expensive to live here, but a big part of the problem is tons of land are taken up by these 2 lakes. Like, you know how many houses you could fit if you didn't have those lakes? So I was like, well, these lakes are here. Why don't I have a boat? But, I know all the jokes. Break out another 1,000. It's a hole in the water you throw money into. And the best day of your life is the day you sell your boat, and blah, 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 blah. All right, got about 25 minutes left. So if there's any more questions or any other things you want to see in the basement. I mean, well, Bud's over in the corner again. My Fiesta would die like a Ford Fiesta? 5.5 cents. Nice, Mike. Now the IRS won't come after you. Oh, nice. A jet ski on Lake Erie. Yeah, jet ski, that's not too big. Although here in Madison we have this terrible algae problem, so it'll probably be fouled up in the New York Minute. Took the plunge into pick and assembly. What is weird in that space is if you program it from any old chip. I don't quite understand your question, Kippy. So you're talking about assembly or talking about how to program chips? My dad was a car guy, but he died when I was really young, so I never really inherited that. So if you put a gun up to my head and said build a car or a boat, I would build a boat. So sorry, probably not a hot rod. I'm not really a car guy. Golf. Yeah, there's a golf course just north of me that takes up a lot of space. And there's a wet marsh just south of me. Oh no, I doxed myself. I always thought it'd be funny to go to the Madison city planners, all the hippies, and say, if you were to pave over this marsh, I could drive directly from my house to Menards without having to go on Stoughton Road. I propose we pave over this marsh. And then someone in the back would be like, ah, faint and fall over. Oh, the modded works? It's right here. Battery's flat, as they'd say in England. Oh, no problem, Cash. I totally understand the issue. So was your MCU, was it tripping the brownout watchdog, or was it just not functioning? What do you miss about the show? Well, they paid me really well. Also, while I got tired of how much I had to travel, I do feel now like maybe my life is a little too boring. What do you want to show off the most in the basement? Oh, I've got something. So we were talking about Felix earlier. Felix would always go on and on about how much he had a crush on Vasquez from the movie Aliens. So I was at this convention a couple years ago. Same convention where I met Meatloaf. Oh, last year. It was last year. And Jeanette Goldstein was there. So I was like, excuse me, Miss Goldstein? One of my former coworkers is a huge fan of yours. Can I buy your photo and get your autograph? And she's like, yeah, right, it's for your friend. I'm like, no, it really is. Anyway, so she's like, does your friend have a sense of humor? And I'm like, yes. So she wrote, you always were an a-hole, Felix, which was a line from Aliens right before she blows herself up. Her and the corporal blow themselves up, remember, in that tunnel to save Ripley and Newt. So, yeah, anyway, last time I hung out with Felix, I forgot to give this to him, so I guess I've got to wait until next time. But I don't know, it's like one of those things where, like you can, live vicariously for your friends. It's like, oh my God, if Felix was here, he would be pooping his pants to meet Jeanette Goldstein. Yeah. So, anyway, that's been hanging there on my wall. It's like, I got to send that to Felix sometime. Yeah, Oblivinox, same thing, like that Real ID thing. What they tried? What that was supposed to happen 3 years ago, and now it's pushed back again. It's like, if I was traveling as much as I used to, it's like, oh man, that would really suck because I'd probably have to get a new license. But now it's been pushed back far enough. I think I actually will get my new license before I actually need a Real ID or have to take my passport to an airport. So yeah. Overpriced wheelchair thumbstick. I'm probably good. I actually have something kind of like that here. Again, I'm kind of trying not to have too much extra stuff, so I can go live in a trailer in the desert with solar panels. Have like a shotgun, and Bud will be like a wild cat. Well, no, I'm gonna give that photo to Felix. I actually hung out with him about a year ago. He was in town, and like him and his coworkers were at Great Dane, and we hung out, and I forgot to take it. So I'm a jerk. I can't remember what I paid. I think I gave her like $40 for that. Or she's a nice woman. Really short. What do you think about the Star Trek TNG pinball? You know, I've never really cared for that game. I know it's like one of those games you're supposed to love. Like, it's probably sacrilegious, but I think I actually like the Steve Ritchie Stern Star Trek pinball better, even though it involves the JJ movies. Another one, the Williams Indiana Jones Pinball Adventure. It's like on paper I should love this game, but I just don't really care. I don't know, it's weird. What video game consoles do you own and play? I have a PlayStation 4 Pro, an Xbox One S, an Xbox Series X, a Switch, and I also PC game. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say that Kelvin Trek in any way is better than Next Generation, but yeah, I actually like the Star Trek pinball with Chris Pine on it better. I don't know. I used to could never get into the Williams Star Trek Next Gen pin. I don't know. I don't like wide bodies for one thing. Maybe that's part of it. Calibrate cheap analog multimeters. I mean, you can get decent multimeters for not that much. I mean, if you're talking like a $10 one for Amazon, like you could even spend like $50 and you're going to be a lot better off. So yeah, I would just save up. High on Life? No, I haven't, but I heard the Red Letter Media guys were in it. That was really weird. I was like, oh, I heard the Red Letter Media guys were in this game, and I was thinking about that, and then YouTube suggested Red Letter Media in High on Life, and I'm like, oh my god, I probably would have typed that same search in another hour. It knows me. I think I only have like 3 Switch Live games. I have Metroid, Mario, and Blood Hockey, which I still haven't played. Yeah, Red Letter Media is only an hour east of here, but I don't know. I think I'm a little too much of an edgelord for those guys. Rich Evans. No, I can hear Rich Evans saying age. That was the funniest thing I think I've ever seen on YouTube, where Rich Evans says AIDS for like a minute, and then Mike says, "Wow, Rich, you hung on to that AIDS longer than Magic Johnson." Although in hindsight, maybe those guys shouldn't have been so hard on the Star Wars prequels. I do not play Warhammer, sorry. Isn't High on Life on Xbox Game Pass? I have Xbox Game Pass. I guess you just play it. What was the first video game you ever played? God. Probably like Space Invaders or Asteroid? I'm not sure. Actually, you know what? The thing I think would be interesting... Again, I highly doubt I would ever go on that show, but if I did, I'm pretty sure I could outdrink Mike Stolotska. That would be interesting to try to do. I could at least give him a run for his money. The power factor, I have not measured it. It has... I think it has a 200 amp service coming in, but the breaker box only 100. But I know that's not what you're asking. What was the first thing you took apart? When I was a kid, my uncles would give me like old radios, so I would take apart a lot of old radios and stuff. I had Capsella, Lincoln Logs, an Erector set. I had all that stuff when I was... I guess we must not have been too poor. Like, yeah, I had Yeah, I had a lot of that kind of stuff. I think a Rector set was my favorite, though. That was one that I continued to build things with. No, that Mike guy would completely waste me at Star Trek trivia. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't even be close. Ben the Bachelor. The Mike, yeah, yeah. What were they called? Like boomer fight, where they were arguing or something. Man, I hope I'm as sharp as William Shatner when I'm a million years old. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, this is only my fourth beer. I guess I've been too busy talking. So, yeah. Although you really wouldn't notice it until I had probably had at least 8. So, sorry about that. First electronics project you ever made? I had one of those Radio Shack like kits where you like do the springs and stuff. So I mean, it's not like I actually made it. I just read the instructions. But you can make like radios and stuff and like voice amplifiers. I still have it too. It's upstairs in my closet. Yes, Jason. I am doing another workshop. I actually was working on it earlier on the stream. It's based on the Raspberry Pi Pico, and it's got a color screen this time. And it's like a little kind of Game Boy shape. It still has the lanyard clips. I want to say it's $70 per person, and the goal is we want to do. We did last year, well earlier this year, we did 1 4-hour session with 30 people, which was kind of pushing it. So we're thinking we're going to do 2 sessions with 20 people each. That way it'll be easier, but also that way we could sell more because both times we've actually all 3 times we've done it. It sells out pretty fast, so it's like, oh, we could sell more. That's what Dan Lewis. Oh, we could sell more. And it's like it's like a certain limit to like how many. Like if you have 30 people was too many, so 2 different groups of 20, I think would be better. It should be up on the MGC website. If it's not, it'll be up soon. But yeah, I want to say it's $70, and we're going to do like a morning session and an afternoon session on the Friday of MGC. Yeah, Sean. I don't know. I guess I've been drinking or talking more than drinking. Oh yeah. CC Games. You said you're going to MGC for the first time. I think you really enjoy it. I think the vendors also did really well last year because it was, yeah, like they're in the new space. There were no snowstorms. There was no other things going on, and yeah, it was like a MGC. Like with this spring 2022 was really big. I know Dan's a little worried because this upcoming MGC is at the end of March, which is still in freak blizzard zone for Wisconsin, versus this year when it was like basically the beginning of May. But it should still be okay. So yeah, I hope you enjoy your trip and have a good show. Oh, JJ, thank you for the donation very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have seen the conveyor belt 3D printers. They're pretty cool. There's usually always one at Murph. Yeah, oh, sorry. So if this is a conveyor belt, the nozzle's like at 45 degrees, so kind of does this. It's pretty cool. Then the parts just fall off the end. Oh, sorry, I can't help you with a oscilloscope for the 1950s. You need to find like an old school engineer to do that. Maybe my uncle. He needs a hobby. All the booze in the world won't fix that nasty pizza at the Hotel VCF Midwest. Oh yeah, what's that? What they call it? The bistro or some stupid crap like that. Yeah, that wasn't very good. But you just order a pizza in Chicago, you can get like a big old deep dish, right? Well, Mike, I was thinking about doing eggnog and rum, but yeah, that new blood BP medicine just started kicking in today. So my bladder was a leaky faucet all day, so I didn't want to like change up things too much. Of course, just in time. Yeah. It was like Bistro with a lowercase b. It was like really pretentious crap. That's actually a pretty nice hotel, though. I mean, like the rooms themselves are actually pretty nice. They have like marble showers, or at least granite. Nice, $1,300. Good job, everyone. Thank you very much for your support. Italian restaurant. Oh, you're probably thinking of Portello's in Chicago. Golden showers. Well, that may have happened at the show. I don't know. The video that I made, I tried to make the most realistic video possible to really capture the spirit of those shows. But yeah, I think I stopped drinking at 2 a.m. I was like, ugh, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Yeah, the Italian beef at Portillo's is really good. They actually have two Portillo's Madison locations in Madison here. I didn't realize that. I guess I should go to one and try it out. Last movie I watched? Oh, I watched Avatar 2 like last weekend. Yeah, see, thank you. I felt that was a good VCF video because I really wanted to capture the essence of the show. Also, no production value. Because if you've never gone to a show like that, it's kind of just one big giant party. So you might as well like lean into it. I would say I actually liked. I wasn't a huge fan of Avatar 2. I would say it's probably my least favorite James Cameron film. The second one I thought was better because it's longer. It's like half an hour longer, which is I don't like long movies. But I liked it more because there wasn't much mysticism in it. There was like no chanting or praying to like tree gods or any of that crap. It was fairly straightforward. Yeah, I guess I would say I did like it better than the first. It is really long. I would say it's needlessly long. There's like this thing they set up between like the son of the hero and the son of like another tribe. And they spend a good amount of time on that, but it doesn't pay off in the climax, which is kind of weird. I don't know if it's supposed to pay off in one of the 10 sequels they're planning. That seemed a little bit weird because it's like, why did they set this up? Why did they spend like 20 minutes on this if it's not going to pay off in the climax? But yeah, I guess I would recommend it. I was just excited because we went to the Fitchburg IMAX, which used to be Star Cinema. Then it was another cinema, and it was closed for a long time when everything was closed. AMC bought it. And of course, AMC did up like way too many trailers, but they did put in a new IMAX projector because it used to be real IMAX, and in 2013 they put in fake digital IMAX, and it looked like crap. You could actually see the pixels. But AMC seems to have upgraded the projector, so it was actually impressive again. I still remember the first movie I saw there once was fake IMAX. It was Interstellar. It's like, oh, let's go see Interstellar in IMAX, and it's like I can see the pixels. Pocahontas in space. It's really Fern Gully in space, but not very many people remember Fern Gully. I didn't actually see Fern Gully until after Avatar, and I read that Fern Gully was like Avatar, and that was back when they had every movie on Netflix. So it's like, oh, okay, I'll watch Fern Gully to see if it's really like Avatar. And Avatar is Fern Gully. It's not Dancing with Wolves. It's not Pocahontas. It's Fern Gully. So you'll just have to watch Fern Gully to find out why. Oh, thank you for the donation. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a real film IMAX theater, and then in 2013, or well, at some point 2013, they made it digital because all of a sudden you could see the pixels. Like, yeah, we used to always see all the it was really cool. I used to live in Verona, so that was like 5 minutes away from me. You go see like Avatar, Beowulf, Polar Express, Hubble documentary, Fish 3D. There's always like these awesome documentaries you can see on IMAX. And that was back when they would actually have IMAX movies, not just, oh, here's a movie on IMAX, but like actually IMAX movies. But yeah, in the 1 year, I rolled up to see Interstellar, and the projector was a digital projector. I was like, but yeah, now it's better. Oh, The Secret of NIMH. Yeah, that was that Don Bluth movie. So NIMH doesn't actually stand for the National Institute for Mental Health. That's like the secret subplot of the movie or something. It's about like the Montauk experiment or something. Oh, laser IMAX. That sounds good. Yeah, they'd have to basically have like galvos and lasers, right, and bounce it off the screen. Thank you again, JJ, for the generous donation, and from Brian, thank you very much. Yeah, I've never seen Secret of NIMH. I remember when it came out, it was advertised, and then it was like a flop or something, because what actually saved John Bluth's animation studio was Dragon's Lair, because NIMH was a flop. There's mice in it, right? Oh, the mice are the lab rats of NIMH. Okay, got it. Oh, New England Institute of Mental Health. Okay, got it. A fake HD projector from Menards. I got a couple different ones. I got like a $30 projector and then an $80 projector. Neither of which were particularly good. Oh, we're at Leet. Nice. Oh yeah, I saw Space Station 3D. Like yeah, anything in IMAX I would go to. Like Space Station 3D, Hubble 3D, narrated by Leonardo DiCaprio, Fish 3D, Beowulf. That was great. Brian, I've just finished my 4th beer, so it's pretty sad. I'm not even buzzed. Maybe after the stream ends. You know, speaking of Don Bluth, of all these live action remakes they make of animated films, like Titan AE was supposed to be, it wasn't supposed to be an animated film originally. It was originally developed at Fox as a, like a sci-fi Star Wars kind of thing. And then Don Bluth made it an animated film. Like, why doesn't Disney make that? Like, take something that shouldn't have been an animation or didn't need to be animated, like Titan AE or Atlantis the Lost Empire. Make that into a live action film. Like imagine like a Guillermo del Toro Atlantis the Lost Empire. That'd be amazing. Yes, I have seen The Thief and the Cobbler. That's quite the interesting story. Thank you so much for the donation, RS Matrix, and have a good night as well. I think they are trying to make a Dragon's Lair movie or a TV show, and I think Ryan Reynolds is in it or something. No, Thief and the Cobbler VHS, that's probably, what was it called? Arabian Nights is what they cobbled together back in the 90s. It was like a Miramax thing. Dragon's Lair. Play through all 20 minutes of Dragon's Lair. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, somebody on YouTube, of course, made Thief and the Cobbler Recobbled, where they put it together as best they could. A lot of it's like test animatics, but it's one of those things. Well, I think we're just getting to about the end of the stream here. So, any other like final questions or project suggestions or anything? I wanted. There's a documentary about the making of Thief and the Cobbler. I think it's called Persistence of Vision, and it covers Richard Williams, who I think is gone now. It's pretty interesting. Also, if you've never seen it, his 1970s animated Christmas Carol is like one of the best, scariest Christmas carols adaptations you'll ever see. Richard Williams is the director of Thief and Cobbler. Oh, thanks, Chris. And yeah, so I guess we'll talk when the payment comes in. But yeah, I'll donate whatever the payment is for January 22nd, which will be all these plus the ones from last week plus whatever revenue for the month. So yeah, just touch base with me, just email me, and we'll take care of it. Of course, I played Blaster Master. Real life Redstone. Oh yeah, that was kind of a cool project, wasn't it? Best and worst Christmas Carol adaptation. Yeah. Well, the best is probably the one I just described, the animated one, because it's like everything Richard Williams did. It's super scary. Oh yeah, USB wire. Yeah, there was something that came up and I was like, oh, I could actually use that USB wire that guy suggested. So yeah, hit me up about that. I can't remember. I forgot what it was, but there was something where I was like, oh, I could use that now. Awesome. All right. Well, yeah, maybe next year I'll do another one of these special Christmas live streams. Trash Cat. Thanks to my sister Trash Cat for moderating the chat and getting rid of the bots. Oh, Brian, I still have those AA batteries from last time, and I think yes, the 2 batteries I stuck in that tape player earlier. I don't think you were here for that, but they were from those packs because I think it's not for retail trade. So yeah, that was a good deal. Oh, thanks, Ian. $20. Nice. Ben, it's time to go. Yeah. Sorry, Batra. Oh, 1360. Awesome. Yeah, I gotta go. It's been 4 hours. It's been fun. I hope you enjoyed all the cool stuff. Thanks to everyone for stopping by. Thanks to everyone who donated for a great cause. Excuse me. Yeah, so maybe we'll do this a year from now in the future. It's been fun. So everyone, drive safe, be safe, stay warm this holiday season. And we'll see you on the next episode of Ben Heck Hacks on YouTube. Maybe one of these days I'll get like Max or Allison to show back up. Oh, thank you for our elite tip from Cash Garmin. All right, I got to bounce, everyone. Again, happy holidays, and thanks for everyone who graciously donated, and we'll see you next time.